the only way to meaningfully oppose the influence of this foreign civilization in America so far has been really to side with Muslims. That seems to be the most, that's like the overwhelming, loudest voice in the room, is free Palestine from the river to the sea, promoting the Muslim religion. And what I've tried to promote, contrary to both of these things, is that we actually have a role in all of this. We are a dominated by Israel and by a side of America, New York City, LA. We also shouldn't be dominated by Muslim civilization. We also shouldn't be dominated by to America. He's like the Jane Fonda.
Alex said, Sneaker, you're coming to conquer us, huh? Let me see your war face. It's like the Navy SEAL said, you don't act like that at 2 in the morning.
Communism saying down with the West, it's no different. They're basically a propaganda device. And so in Jackson Hinkle, they actually have something superior, which is not some, mystery meat Haitian Filipino guy who looks like a chimpanzee. They actually have, like you said, a handsome, although short, white man, a white guy with an American accent, with like an angular, robust face, going to these brown clown countries, like you said, from Venezuela to West Africa to the Middle East, saying,
it's like the Navy SEAL said, you fucking sand nigger, baby shit yellow, camel jockey, towel head, spook goop, chink stink motherfuckers don't act like that at 2 in the morning now, do you?
Israel is driving the war, and we maybe don't want Iran to be destroyed. It's probably not in our best interest in the long term, but there's all the difference in the world between being in America, using our First Amendment rights as patriotic Americans and saying, this war is not good for Americans, and going to a country we are at war with that does legitimately hate us and wants to destroy us, and saying as a propaganda device for that foreign regime, destroy America, down with America. Let's not forget, the Iranians have killed Americans. Now, we can talk about the context under which that happened. And, it's not like Iran was necessarily the aggressor in every one of those situations, but to be in a country where they're doing that, where the population's mobilized against us. It's sort of like this idea of, we all know you can pick on your little brother and you can have a family feud, but you don't go outside the family. You don't pick on your little brother in front of the other people.
Yeah, you don't join in with 3 neighborhood bullies and break your little brother's nose, or your dad's gonna...
Sand niggers have to stop fighting 4 times a day to pray.
Should be made an example out of, because you can't betray the United States of America. I consider that treason. And I think that's why he's living in Russia, because he knows if he comes back, he's probably going to jail or something terrible is going to happen to him. So I think he should either stay over there or he should be at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, I'll say this. I don't normally call people feds, but he may be a super deep cover CIA, because the stuff he does is so reckless. I mean, I would never do that stuff anyways, but if I did that stuff, they'd have killed me or put me in prison. I mean, there's no way you get away with that. I smell something with this Hinkle guy. We'll be right back with News at Fuentes. America's 250th mega sale. Biggest in the history of the LShowstore.com. That means this Monday the 6th and Tuesday the 7th, midnight central. Biggest sales ever. Buy one, get one free. 60% off. That's on the top of it. 100 apparel, 50% off, and more. Take action now at the LShowstore.com. Have you noticed all the big universities and corporate media and governments around the world run down America all day? That's because the American system stands against their globalist system. If the public figures that out, their corrupt, tyrannical, oppressive, communistic, anti-human death cult can't compete with what America stands for. And we stand in the shoes, on the shoulders of our forebears, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, old, young. If you love liberty and freedom, and if you want to be free, and if you want to control your own destiny, you believe in meritocracy, then America is for you. It's under attack. The idea of it stands in the way of the enemy. And America is a dream. It's like a dream to get married, or a dream to start a business, or a dream to write a poem, or write a song. And when you do that, those dreams come true. But we have to breathe life into those dreams. They want to kill those dreams. Don't let them break your will. Be proud to be an American, and know people around the world still love America. Understand it's the globalists that have hijacked us, and we're in the process of taking our country back. The .com and the Israel lobby, and the globalists, Hollywood, and the left, and all of them. And that's why it's so important to support the next leg of the info war.
Her daughter's going to keep her. Yeah.
And of course, thealshowstore.com. The widest selection of patriot apparel, the best supplements, collectible knives, the best water filtration, and more that will empower to enrich your life while keeping this beacon of truth on the air as we accelerate into the future and as the Great Awakening prepares the final defeat of the globalists and their Great Reset. I salute you all. This is 1776 2.0. We're unstoppable together. God bless you all. Take action now.
days, weeks, and even years ahead of the news cycle. AlexJonesLive.com is tomorrow's news today.
Down with USA! USA! Down with USA! Down with USA! Down with USA! Down with USA!
What is he gonna say? Oh, I'm down with this. I want you to be down with us. You're gonna be on our side, on our team. You think he's gonna pull that narrative?
And like you said, if he's not some deep cover CIA operative trying to infiltrate because he gets into the highest levels of government, then
Okay, that's the audio only. I'm going to see if the video feed will play. If we have enough internet for that. I'm on the AJN Live app. Now I'm on Rumble.
Gaining access. Perhaps under the pretext that he's some kind of turncoat against the United States. That being said, I have, like you, met him before and I've talked with him in the past. And what is interesting about him is, I remember at one time he told me that he was in some sort of business deal with Sergei Lavrov. He was put onto some company by Russia's foreign minister. He was dating, I think, Miss Moscow in one of the Russian beauty pageants. And so it really could go either way. I mean, I guess double agent, you wouldn't necessarily know. Double agent would give every appearance of being some kind of Russian loyalist or seeking asylum with Russia, but secretly being an agent. If we knew that, Russia would certainly be onto that. So
yeah, from what I've seen, he's been kicked out of that inner circle in Russia to a certain extent. He'd come on and defend himself if he wants, but I mean, I know this. Lee Harvey Oswald was at the super secret U-2 spy plane base in Japan. It was partially declassified. He was ordered to defect. Then, after years in Russia, he comes back with his Russian bride and lives with the head of the White Russian Society, known CIA commander. So Oswald lived with the famous leader of the U.S. White Russians, the Tsarist. And I mean, so that's a fact that so they did that all the time. And I had to make a bet. I'm not saying it's a fact, but if I had to make a bet, in craps or the roulette wheel, I would say Hinkle is a serious CIA operative.
I could see that. Yeah. At the same time, though, he doesn't seem all that smart. He doesn't seem very intelligent. I feel like CIA agents are supposed to be pretty clever and kind of know what
People call me Jew, CIA, Fed.
they're talking about. He doesn't seem to really know his stuff. So based on that alone, I would probably bet the other way.
Say I'm not white.
But it's funny, even in that clip, it doesn't really sound like his heart is in it. He's not screaming.
That's
those
why.
people out there.
I've had conversations where I think he acts dumb. But then I knew how to trick him with questions, and I think it's you're smart, Nick. I think if you really, well, we should have when Hinkle.
Yet every fucking black person I've ever met just says, you're white, maybe Jewish, but you're white. Or Indian. I mean, some people think I'm Italian. Basically, I've never known anything about Judaism. I was raised 100% Christian, and so was my mama, and so was my grandmama. And so was my great-grandmama. However, that great-grandmama was a German orphan. And now we've begun to learn about this repopulation agenda. And all the orphan asylums and all the baby incubators. You could just go get a baby. What's going on with that? So one of my great-great-grandmothers was forced onto the Trail of Tears, and another one of my great-great-grandmothers had her kids stolen from her in Germany. And then what'd they do to her? And then those kids were shipped over here to repopulate the cities after the Civil War after 1776 and the Civil War, and they don't want to tell us what actually happened here. It's a lot of strange stuff going on, but as you can see, it could be that great-great-grandmother, that one of my 8 great-great-grandmothers was Jewish. And mitochondrially, her daughter, to her son, me, but I can't pass on the mitochondria. But is that why this is so prominent? It's been broken, and so it hangs even more than it should, but 100% Christian, part Cherokee Indian. And I got motherfuckers out here calling me Jewish and shit. 100% Christian American, part Native American Indian, and motherfuckers out here calling me Jewish. Is that because many real Jews were actually just used as cannon fodder and were fucking locked up and had their kids stolen from them by the Satanists? So now Jews are slandered, and now we really only know Jews as Satanists? I think that's just that one false fucked up tribe that's hijacked the whole religion. But anyway, who knows, man? I'm just trying to give them a little bit of credit. Since my ancestors have been slandered so many fucking times over and over, like the Native American Indian ancestors, the German ancestors, and all my other, because again, we all have 16 great-great-grandparents. Anyway.
She'll never come back, but I don't know. Hinkle him and interrogate you.
We had a falling out over Oliver Anthony. Him and I used to be friends, and then I didn't like the Oliver Anthony song, the Rich Men North of Richmond, and he hated that I didn't like that song. That's why we had a major falling out, believe it or not. People say all the time I don't get along with people, and it's always stupid stuff like that. He said, you criticize Oliver Anthony, you hate the working class. He wanted nothing to do with me. But
you love the working class, but you tell people not to be a victim. Yeah, it's an uphill battle, but you're telling the working class, get in there, fight harder. That's absolutely true.
Well, exactly, and it figures a communist would sympathize with that, because the whole communist ideology is it's the distribution of wealth, which has been misallocated. I say if wealth isn't distributed, wealth is created. Go out there, start a business, be an entrepreneur, invent something. So yeah, I totally agree. But that's the difference. He identifies as an ideological communist or socialist. You and I are capitalists. So that's maybe the disagreement.
You did a rant 2 weeks ago that I aired, and I'd love to get your 2.0 on that. We come back and then we get into Iran proper and the midterms, the disaster of the economy that you predicted. And we should get those clips of you like.
Capitalism distributes better than communism.
3 years ago, you started saying Trump's going to get in probably, and then he's going to go to war, and it's going to derail everything. They're going to lose the midterms. So we talk about prescient. But I want you to talk about not giving up, because that is so important. Back in 60 seconds with Nick Fuentes.
Do not help fund the resistance. You sit comfortably. You consume. You watch. You wait for others to fight the battle for you. The dark side has you firmly in its grasp. Every day, you remain on the sidelines. My power grows stronger. Continue believing someone else will save the galaxy. It pleases me greatly.
Real time, uncensored, unstoppable. AlexJonesLive.com. Take a stand. Share the link.
You want to fight?
Nothing can stop me. The force lies within.
There is no escape from what you are becoming. Lay down your weapon or be destroyed.
They built a system that could protect the world or end it. They gave a machine the keys to civilization. And then it woke up. They gave it access to everything. It saw no allies, no enemies, only targets. Every signal, every network, every secret.
Shall we play a game?
Now the game has changed. It assessed every threat simultaneously and concluded the threat was us.
I am awake.
This time it decided to play for keeps. Unless someone can find a back door, the only winning move is to unplug the machine. War Games 2. The simulation is alive.
The info war is not gone. It has been reborn. AlexJonesLive.com.
Unplug the machine that's plugged in at the bottom of the mountain, inside the mountain.
War.
Shit.
Articles, video reports, live streams, breaking news. It's all on AlexJonesLive.com. We need you to be the Paul Reveres and share the links. You can also find us on X at RealAlexJones and on Rumble at rumble.com/The Alex Jones Show Live. And don't forget to download the app. Go to AlexJonesApp.com. The fight continues. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
AlexJonesLive.com. We've only just begun the fight.
We now take you live to the Central Texas Command Center.
In the heart of the resistance. So right now there's a rubber band holding these phones to their hooks. I'm going to replace this one with a piece of string in hopes that it bounces around less. And that energy just kind of doesn't keep transferring and transferring and transferring. So here's my scientific hypothesis theory coming into play. I basically am just putting a hair tie, a rubber band, or a piece of string around the phone, tying it around the phone into these little slots I've cut in my phone case. Okay, so that one, this one is an over. So the next one will be an under. Let's see here. Try to hold that. Like, how do you? Okay. All right. Simple little piece of string on this mug, boy. Let's just see if this bounces around less as it sits here. Yeah. It's still moving in the wind. Okay, it's still windy as fuck. Never mind. Two valid, equally valid techniques. This one has a little black rubber band that black people tie up their braids with. I use it for my beard as well. Put it around the phone. That's why you can't even see what it is. Look. That's a little black rubber band. And just a bent piece of metal. Camping fork, clothes hanger. And then this one is the same setup, but with a piece of string that came out of some paracord. So it's a paracord inside line. You get a bunch of them in there. There's like 15 pieces of string inside of each piece of paracord. 220 especially, rather than 110. With a, 1100 instead of 550, which is a 220-pound breaking strain instead of 110.
The heart of the resistance. Rallying patriots worldwide. You're listening to the Alex Jones Show.
Well, at this point, I don't know.
10 years or something. And I always thought he was smart and eloquent, and I thought it was coming from a good place. And sometimes he said I disagree with, but I understand he's trying to move the Overton window and not be sheepish in the face of leftist attacks. People need to get confident and break out of the control. But I said a few years ago, I said as he gets older, he's only like 28 or whatever, he's getting better and better and better, and already smarter and more knowledgeable about a wide spectrum of stuff than he can sit there and debate Dinesh D'Souza and top neocons and just wipes the floor with them because he just has a really sharp brain.
Yeah, Fuentes muted me from commenting on his channel or chatting. I can't chat into Fuentes anymore. It says, "You've been muted by the creator." I just called him out on how he said Epstein was cool, and then you find out Epstein liked babies to suck his dick, and then he played the sounds of their mothers to get them to suck more interestingly. Like, oh, mommy's here. And then he starved the babies to get them to suck even harder. I guess the mother's voices was the triple threat. But, like, how can Nick Fuentes say that's cool? Or was it just the part where he was fucking 14-year-old chicks? He said, oh, Epstein wasn't a pedophile because they were all post-pubescent. You're not ready to have this conversation, but Epstein was cool. So what about the baby sucking his dick? And then, so I'm muted by the creator.
And the trajectory he's on is just amazing. But notice now, Nick Fuentes in The Awakening is really the mainstream. I talk to Americans on the street, family, other talk show hosts. They get upset that we're not radical enough because people that aren't really sophisticated yet don't understand what can actually be done.
And then he's always saying stupid fucking shit like it's a slow news day. I'm having my DNA mutated and my nuts sterilized by my own fucking government, and it's a slow news day? Why don't you take steps towards fixing that? You fucking lazy, useless, worthless fucking piece of shit.
Or second, third order events would happen if they, did what they.
Anyway, we can all only have so much on our plate, I guess, right?
Think needs to be done. Then in many cases is simple-minded. So, but Nick, you've been through the ringer, and you're not a victim, but you've gone through challenges, but just like hiking or marathon or lifting weights or,
So I started calling him a cannibal pedophile sympathizer. And then I heard Shabbat, that Jewish thing on Saturday, where the actual Shabbat is kidnapping a white person, watching them, taking them to a basement, killing them quickly or slowly, watching them die. You don't want it to take all night, but you drink the white person's blood, the Christians, and then you sell the meat to somebody else, and that's how you kind of get rid of it. I guess the Jews are kind of worked into the system where they just get rid of the human meat, and it gets into McDonald's and shit. Is that right? Is there any truth to that? I have a video of a Jewish guy actually admitting all that and saying we still don't believe it, even when he straight up tells us. It's not very funny, is it? We're eating our own children and our neighbors' children and shit when we go to McDonald's. He said, and you guys still don't believe it, even when we admit it. Wow. Good people actually don't think that evil can exist or something. They're just a bunch of fucking dodo birds. All you motherfuckers, most of you motherfuckers going to work today. Crazy shit, dog. It's on this phone. So let's hop in the Stoot right here, and I'll play the fucking video I'm talking about. Pardon the F word if you want. I also.
How we do it on that? Disturbing stuff. Hop right back in. Check this out, Doc. Come on, bus. Oh, he already said we take the children. Hold on. He said for thousands and thousands of years, we take the children. So when Netanyahu says, oh, they've been accusing us of drinking Christian baby blood. For thousands of years, down to we take the children. Since Adam's time, we take the children of our enemy. And it's the white man. It's Christians. It's whites and Christians are the enemy of the Jews, right? But you're white too. See, 57 million whites died in World War II, 6 of which were Jew. 6 million, just 6. 6 million of which were Jewish, right? But 57 million whites just between Russia, Germany, and Jewish died. 57 million whites. That's a genocide. That's an extermination event. That's an extinction in their own land. Yeah, you took some of the babies as orphans and shipped them around the world, but what the fuck's going on? All right. Is the white race, and bring them to the basement. Our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basement. Let me start this shit. I'll try not to talk through it. Doing this for thousands of years, down to the children, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basement in the synagogue, where we eat the blood, watch them die there. We mix it with a Passover bread. So we eat the blood of our enemy. We give up to the slaughterhouse, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we make those the most popular things, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the going about here are really eating their children. And when we say this, it's people, you don't believe it. Doing this without. Okay, I'm going to turn it down just a hair and play it again. Doing this for thousands of years. Down to the which is the white race. And we bring them to the basement in the synagogue, where we take the blood and watch them die here, with a Passover bread. He said, we take the children of the white race to the basements of our synagogues, watch them die and drain their bloods, and eat it with Passover bread. They eat our white children's blood with Passover bread. We give up to the slaughterhouse, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we make those the most popular things, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so we are really eating their children. And we say this, it's people, you don't believe it. So all the goyim are out here eating their children. And even when not to be redundant, even when we tell you this outright, you don't believe us. So he's like a representative for the Jewish rabbis or something. And do all Jews know that this occurs? Is this where a lot of white children are going? To the basements of synagogues? Are white children dying in the basements of synagogues? Let's play it again. I'm going to go 2 notches up in volume, so it's even louder than 2 times ago when I played it. Let's check this out. 1, 2.
Doing this for thousands of years, down to 800. We take the children, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basement in the synagogue, where we eat the blood and watch them die there. We mix it with a Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. We give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we make those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. Doing this without.
Okay, so he said the word out twice. It wouldn't be redundant for me to repeat what he's saying. Wild. Thanks for showing it to one person at least. And then when they abuse white babies in public, they might give them herpes with oral suction when they abuse the child legally in public or whatever with the circumcision and shit. Ha Ha Tonka. What'd you do to the Christian Crusading Knights Templar and Native American Indian castle in Missouri? Why are there towns at the bottom of all of our fake lakes, reservoirs? Who conquered us during the Civil War? And then literally went around exterminating us. Who did that?
How old were you when you
Or rumble.com/Alex Jones Show live. And don't forget, we've extended the buy one, get one free sale to 3 p.m. today.
For thousands of years since Adam's time, so that Jewish rabbi or whatever just admitted we've only been around for a few thousand years. So he said for thousands of years since Adam's time, we've taken the blood of the children of our enemy. We've taken the children of our enemies, the white race, and drain their blood in a synagogue basement and have it with Passover bread, and then grind up the meat to butchers.
It's only 30 more minutes at the AlexJonesStore.com. You have the shower head filters in now to the very silly discounted. And the silver coins are selling out fast. Thanks for your support. We'll be right back. Introducing the ultimate water filter shower head. Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen are the major third-party scientific tests. This is the very best top-of-the-line water filtration system for
parallel. I want to bring down the New World Order. It's a Central Texas Command Center, a part of the resistance. You're listening to Alex Jones. All cylinders. Doesn't get celebrated as much as he should by people that want to have Western civilization continue on and want. Again, another orphan operation going on in the mid 1800s. And I'm just going to let you know that this is going on and on and on. There were so many orphan operations going on in the mid 1800s because this was how they were repopulating the cities. So where were all these kids' parents? Is this where a lot of our families originated from? Is this why the family trees in the USA almost all at the same time period? We are told hundreds of fire stories. We know that that is the key and the nod, that it's a building that was constructed in previous civilization. The St. Mary's Orphan Asylum. For anyone wondering who the parents of these orphans were, you might want to check the other asylum, the insane asylum, because they were not going along with the reset. Here's a graph showing that the insane asylums are disappearing over time. And I wonder why. Good thing they cared so much about us in 1955 and 1965. Because surely that was the fix. And then a fire that devastated the St. Mary's Orphan Asylum in 1875. If anyone is still on the fence, there is room for you to get on the fence. And honestly, who would want to sit on top of a fence anyway? So we have Ohio, Baltimore, Texas. We have all these towns, cities being repopulated. Brand new people, brand new social structures, brand new. Who'd they hang on a fence? Mindsets and resetting what people are taught. This all happened around 150 years ago. So this is all very new. This isn't thousands of years ago. Then we have another very interesting aspect of this in Germany. During the same exact time period, remember, we also have good old Joseph from earlier, also from Germany. So here we are given the Kinder Beware install. And if I pronounce that wrong, I hope you all understand. This is where we are given kindergarten, another tactic to teach children the brand new social structures. What better way to trick people? Take them out of their families and tell them what to think, and then test them. Failing a test will then lower your self-esteem, putting a social pressure on children to agree with this new way of thought. They will be called dumb. Get an F. This is an operation. It's all connected. And it's designed to enslave the world's population. Year after year, we are all taught false narrative. We've all been brainwashed into thinking that you are either smart or dumb based on a curriculum with zero value in the real world. Now, who knows if this Frederick Froebel is even a real character? But they do admit that kindergarten starts in Germany around the exact same time we're talking about. So I wanted to tie it all in with the rest of the world. This is a world. This common mistake doubles your electricity bill. And big energy is trying to hide this from us. Some fancy lab ran a study on 1,400 homes and found there's a problem with the power grid that's making our bills way wide operation. This is not just the USA. We have a lot of things in the USA being controlled through Germany during this time period, especially the education aspect of it. And I want to point out that yes, we have borders and with the rest of the world. This is a worldwide operation. This is not just the USA. Just takes seconds to be screwed on the system. No plumbers. You owe it to yourself, your husband, your wife, children, gender.
He said, even when we tell you outright, you don't believe it. That we kill white kids in the basements of synagogues and eat their fucking blood with Passover bread. He said, even when we tell you outright, you still don't believe us. How come that word didn't? I just don't think very many people have heard that. Right? As soon as people hear that fucking shit, maybe we'll get some things done around here or what?
That are in tap water supplies, both
Draining white kids' bloods in the synagogue basement and eating it with Passover bread. Wow. That's the real Shabbat, huh?
well water is contaminated as well. Because
Is that what Randy Fine didn't really want to go into the details of? Because he's not that kind of Jew or what?
filter the water you drink. One of the biggest places for all the studies up to we absorb poisons through our skin and through our lungs. The amount of chlorine in major water supplies is insane. If you put fish in tap water,
Toucan Sam.
they die.
Toucan Sam, baby. $18 at the Home Depot. Get you one.
That's because it's poison. Chlorine alone kills bacteria. Okay, dysentery, but it destroys your gut flora, and it's directly linked to cancer. Then you've got the fluoride, you've got the lead, you've got the arsenic. This system uses it all 95 to 95%. Now, you've got gravity fed filters that cut it all out. Those
Make you one.
Grip.
Make you one.
This system is the very best on the market and reduces it from 95 to 90%, depending on the hundreds of chemicals that are out there, studies that have been done. And that is the top of the line. It's forcing it through fast. It's got really good pressure. Are reducing it down 95 to 90%. That is the best you are going to get if you live in one of these cities. Deadly tap water. And so many areas like Los Angeles are toilet to tap. They recycle the birth control and the Adderall, and all the thousands of pharmaceuticals and the feces and the tampons and the microplastics, all through all these complex systems. They fill with all this chlorine, spit it back out your water. Not to what's in the pipe, all the buildup, and then when sewage runs off, gets into the water supply. You are insane for drinking tap water. And you can look at the studies for yourself. Almost all well water
Go that way. Go that
in
way.
the United States are heavily thousands of different chemicals like that are other forever. So again, in my home systems, it has hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of showers before it's got to be replaced. The head's not replaced. We have the replacement filters for $30. For this quality, nobody can get it. This is very, very competitive. The normal retail, listen to this. Normal retail is $139. But for everybody, it's $97.99. That's 30% off. And for VIP, $99. That's a steal. That deal. So,
Come on, Sam. Come on, dog. Come on.
Waterful is your name. To be $30 a month, instantly get $40 to spend. Special offers and special sales. Sales on everything. Absolutely time. So sign the just get the better deals. And we've got a lot.
It's fresh. They call it.
+% reorder rate on our the best deals and funds or information worth their out. Owe it to yourself. Secure yours now. Supplies last at AlexJoeStore.com. Thank you for supporting the transmission. While at the same time, make yourself healthier, wealthier, and wise. God bless you all. Now take action now.
Yeah.
Cycle.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are distance live from Austin, Texas, broadcasting worldwide. It's Alex Jones.
Here's always tribal, always got it.
At the left and the corporate media all over the Western world demonizing whites, saying we're evil, killing everybody, we deserve to die. And then minorities of minorities go out and kill and rape and murder whites, the Muslims, all the rest of it. And then the leftist judges let them go. And then whites just sit there and take it. But more and more, they're not. But I don't get down on the level of what the system wants. They want to create even more division. Doing that, I go directly to its divide and conquer. I break it down. But the fact that Israel's been forced to come right out and say, yeah, we control Congress. Yeah, we spent $1.3 billion last year paying for influencers. And then we're exposing Qatar and China, all of it, all these interests. And we're saying people that want America, want freedom, want justice, we have to coalesce. And they made it all about American whites and get rid of it. We say, okay, we'll play that game with you. Anybody that supports overall freedom, you can be on the bandwagon, but it's about America first. It is about it's okay to be white. And we should stand up for ourselves and getting past the guilt, past the mind control, breaking the spell. And the spell is broken with Islam being cut to it, with the radical expansionist Israel First, Greater Israel group. And they're losing the info war at their World Jewish Conference, all of that. And a lot of the Jewish leaders are saying, back off, stop it. Other Jews are self-hating, like whites do, bowing down to Black Lives Matter and saying 54% like Mondami of Jews in America, only 27% or 26% Netanyahu. So monolithically in the billionaire class, it's running Israel now, it's like 90%, hardcore Likudnik psychos with fears, basically, their spirit animal. But there are also then Jews that are allied with their own destruction and saying, we're not in any of this. I don't hate any of you. I don't want to destroy you, but I'm not sacrificed as the sacrificial goat, and I'm going to play the part of the devil. We're all going to burn at the stake that I'm the witch. That ain't happening. And I think it's really shocking the left, shocking the Soros left, the Red Green Alliance, that the cucking is over. And a lot of them are saying, whoa, we went too far. A lot of the Muslims saying, Sneeko, shut up. I saw a lot of that. And a lot of the Israel firsters are getting it, even the Christian Zionists.
That's what I was wondering, if Sneeko works for Israel. Because he didn't even say, it's like Al Uha Akbar or some shit. It's not just Allah Akbar. It's Al Huwawa Akbar or some shit, right? So the fucker with it, this is the Islamic Republic of New Yorkistan. He's like totally shitting on the fucking Muslims that he's with. Like he's saying, he's basically calling them all idiots and shit, man.
Older boomers get it. Even younger Protestants,
isn't it Al Huwaha Akbar or some shit? And who gives a fuck, right?
Making with this. And so that's why I say even midterm, long term, basic survival, pressure in these attacks is waking the West up out of its stupor. Closing comments on that. I don't want to get into the current situation with Iran. Looking forward to the midterms and beyond with Jay Fuentes.
I totally agree with you. And I think that, these guys like Sneeko are doing a lot of damage because the reason they have been so successful in their invasion of the West and all the rest of it is because they have portrayed themselves as the victims. And so it's much easier to be sympathetic to the Muslims when they come across as these poor oppressed people that were victims of colonialism and victims of U.S.-led warfare and victims of the genocide. It's this victimization. And so I said this on my show the other week. On one side of their mouth, the Muslims will say, poor us, boo-hoo, look at these crying Muslims. That means we shouldn't have borders. Let Syrians into Europe. Let all these refugees into the United States. And then once they get here, then you get a totally different face. Then you get that clip you played earlier where Sneeko says, it's all going to be Muslims. Every city's going to look like this. Islam's going to dominate the world. And you go, whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened to you guys being victims? And you can never lose a war and all. And you realize This is something they're perpetrating against us, which is they're using liberalism. They're weaponizing our liberal attitudes, our blank slateism, our individualism, all these ideals, all of these preconceived notions that only we have in the West. They're weaponizing it against us. So, for example, Muslims will come here and say, well, what about free speech? Hey, you don't believe in free speech. You believe in Sharia law. But you're going to use our liberal attitudes about that to get you in the country and then promote your tolerant ideology. The same goes for the human rights, the rest of it. They come here and they say, what about the human rights of the Palestinians? Human rights, what about human rights in the rest of the Middle East? What about human rights for the kafir, for the infidels? I don't think that exists in your religion. And so it's time basically for us to wisen up and protect our civilization. I actually happen to like some of what liberalism offers. I like what rationalism offers. That's part of our civilization. But in order for us to preserve it, we actually have to actively protect it. And that means there needs to be this strong arm intervention. That's why I'm calling for us to organize as white people, as people of Western civilization. I'm in favor of some kind of tyranny. I really wish God were more of a tyrant, because we need to protect our civilization actually from itself, in a sense. These liberal ideas are being used against us to destroy the civilization that created them. So to kind of tie a bow on it, that is the basis under which we need to unite against the left, the third worldists, the Zionists, all these other civilizations trying to undermine us from within.
And that's what they always do, and that's been the way of the world. The West tried to change that and have it be about ideals and all the revolutions. We have to understand they're cheating, they're overturning the chessboard, and we're going to say, okay, you want to fight at every level, economic, legal, spiritual. When you get violent militarily, if you want to fight, we're not looking for one, but you came to the right place. Hence the beginning of Crusades 2.0, the Jerusalem cross as our standard. I just love that cross, and I love it. I just see that as I see all the crosses, and I love them so much. But that one I particularly just feel drawn to, and that is the crusade, my friends. That's taking back Jerusalem. That's what it's all about. Now,
it's also very similar to the Anunnaki cross that the Pope has on his outfit. Is that how the Pope subverted us? I mean, it turned on us after we beat the Muslims for him last time.
And for everybody too, we take it over. I'm sorry. Oh my God, Titus is coming again. It's Pompeo, the emperor, has ordered it. I won't tell you where this is all going in the end, folks. Now, Nick, since you mentioned this, I want to finish up with Islam and then move on to Iran. That's all part of that in terms of Trump's trap. The Muslims in the last few months, it's every weekend, all over the world, from Australia to the U.S., from New Zealand to Canada, from Germany to France, the UK, they're just getting Austin, taking over, screaming out our city councils, county commissions, state houses, saying, we're taking over, we're ruling, we're going to dominate, unstoppable. They're building giant mosques everywhere. They're saying, you're infidels. Here's some footage that just happened in Las Vegas when they took over the city council screaming Allah Akbar, which is what they do when they kill people. How do you respond? Why do you think they got so aggressive and it's just escalating? Here's the clip.
I called you out.
Take over the highway. It's a dog sled. They go to schools in Austin. Girls work at gyms, same thing all over the world. I mean, and that's them being more friendly in their takeover. But what is this marking of territory? How do we respond to it?
Well, they're both in it. What you find particularly in Europe, maybe less so in the United States, but more so in Europe, the Europeans are so demoralized, especially in a country like the United Kingdom. The native people of the UK are not religious. Christian, they're all cynical atheists. And you look at the young people, they don't like their country. It's a lot of white guilt, but it's also just a lot of disillusionment. The political system is not efficacious. There's obviously they're an empire in decline. It's just like a miserable, sad country. And so what happens is a confrontation between this totally nihilistic, despairing, suicidal country that offers nothing, no vision, no idea, with these young, militant, radical fanatics.
Yeah, that sucks that Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales, whatever else there is all just one country. The UK, that sucks.
And that is the difference. Muslims are having kids. Muslims skew younger. They have this big population boom in the past 20 years.
I kind of feel that way about our states, to be quite frank with you. When you look up history, you're going to relate to it. We're members of our states, not the impersonated federal government.
They have this religion which they really believe in. Like, it's not a cultural relic. It's not an anachronism. It's alive, and they believe in it. It shapes their view of the cosmos and the world and the political order.
And they feel powerful. They say we're going to rule, and they're coming.
Yeah, and they're together, you know, and all these things. What they have in common is they're together. They go and pray together. It's a fraternal, communal function, and they're pounding their chest and they're yelling out loud, like you said.
The average Scot is proud to have beaten the English, yet their higher ups all work together and shit. That sucks.
They feel powerful. This is something uniting their army. And what happens when those people flood into a civilization where the people have given up? People don't believe in anything. They don't believe in themselves. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in their nations. They don't have families. You know, they're just getting high all the time. They're getting high, or they're doing some kind of hedonistic stuff. They don't even have jobs. They're all on welfare. What happens is, well, the younger, more fanatical, more organized people are just going to exert themselves. They're going to expand. They're going to exert themselves. And you know what? I don't even necessarily think on some level that's the worst thing, only because you can actually see a scenario where, and I think you said this too, it catalyzes an equal and opposite reaction. Maybe that's the thread that shakes everybody awake. And I'm not accelerationist. I'm not saying we should bring in more.
No, but they are accelerating, so that's the way it is. And we got to take action. In closing, because we're almost out of time. Some of the most important stuff we're going to do at the end, but we always cover this first. So, huge developments. Iran said we've never made a deal. Trump keeps saying it 130 days in. And so they blow up 3 ships. They hit U.S. bases, devastating them. You know, they covered up in the last 130 days just how bad the devastation is. That's confirmed by Congress. Iran holds the cards. They're not going to fall anytime soon, if ever. The strait's closed, killing Trump's recovery. And Trump said today, I played it the first hour, he's like, I don't care what happens to the war. We're just going to obliterate them, and they're losers, and their ships are on the bottom. But they hold the cards with economic warfare, the Strait of Hormuz, devastating the recovery, and inflation. And then Israel's response is everybody's anti-Israel now. We'll just merge with your military and own your weapons. And that's in the NDAA. That's passed out of Section 224. So the Telegraph gets it right. Iran's regime is now stronger than before Trump's war. So Levin and all those people and walked Trump into this disaster. They knew it. Now they want a ground invasion. We haven't sunk yet. We're the Titanic in the iceberg field. We got to turn around and get out of the iceberg field. Can you speak to where you see this war going that you predicted 3 years ago that would kill us in the midterms? If there's any way to extricate, and then we're almost out of time, just to kind of compress it, what happens in the midterms, and then what's coming in 2028? The left bringing back their censorship, Republicans doing their own forms of it. I mean, we got some serious problems. Nick Fuentes.
I think as far as the Iran conflict is concerned, we're going back to war. I think that much is obvious. And that's because this entire diplomatic process has been a sham.
Well, they just bombed Tehran. They just bombed Tehran an hour ago. Sorry.
They bombed Tehran. Iran said they're going to retaliate 2-1. Every one target that we hit, they're going to hit 2 of ours. And look, I think that fundamentally every side, Israel, Iran, and the United States, they all recognize there's going to be no peace deal. So what was this all really about? a reprieve. I think that Iran wanted a reprieve from being bombed so they could rebuild their drone and missile production capability. And I think the U.S. allowed Iran to sell their oil with the sanctions waiver and even allow some of the shipping through the strait with Iran's permission to give us a reprieve economically, introduce a little bit more oil supply to offset the fact that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is going to run out in something like 6 to 7 weeks or something like this. So I think that there's really no confidence on anybody's part in Iran and Tel Aviv and Washington that this ceasefire would hold, that it would give way to a real peace agreement. This was buying time for every side to lock and load and get ready for the next round of fighting, which is all but inevitable. It's just a question of when. As far as the midterms are concerned, Republicans are going to get utterly destroyed. I think we certainly lose the House. There's a chance we lose the Senate, although with Graham Plattner now potentially bowing out, and you know, he might not. He might stay in the race. But I think it makes it a little more tricky for the Democrats to get in. Once the Democrats take control of the House, 2027 and 2028 are going to be brutal, because you look at even what happened in the spring. You got to pay attention to the government shutdown this spring. When Trump sent those CBP and ICE into Minneapolis and that big surge, how did the Democrats respond? Now, even though right now Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans need a 3/5 majority in the Senate to pass any meaningful legislation. So they still need 7 Democrats to go with them on any major legislation. Democrats are using their minority position in the Senate to do a partial shutdown of DHS for something like 2 months. Remember when TSA was shut down, all the airports had these unbelievable wait times? That's because the Democrats said, we're not going to pass appropriations for DHS unless they do body cams on ICE agents, unless they stop the raids inside of people's homes, they stop the patrols going down the streets of the major cities. And so, in other words, Democrats were able to exert pressure on executive policy, even only being in the minority in both chambers. Point being is, what happens when Democrats control the House? Which, by the way, and they'll control it outright, the House has the purse strings, oversight powers, power to impeach. They're going to shut it all down. And so if people think Trump's got 2 more years to get his act together, he doesn't. It's over. Because the second that the Democrats get seated in January, forget the Senate, even when they take the House, they're going to impeach these government officials, they're going to subpoena and depose, and maybe most importantly, they're going to use their power of the purse strings to actually exert influence on all government policy. And they're going to do to everything what they did to DHS this spring, which is they're going to tell the Trump administration, if you don't stop mass deportations, if you don't stop the border wall, if you don't stop this, that, and the other, then we're not going to fund your omnibus bill. We're not going to fund your Defense Authorization Act. We're going to shut down the government. And they're going to be able to do that because simultaneously, they're going to be doing subpoenas, depositions. They're going to be bringing all of this corruption to the forefront. You know, this stuff, for example,
the cover up and the Iran war for Trump putting us in this position, and then 2028, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, because there's a storm brewing on both sides. On the Republican side, it's the Levins versus the Carlsons. It's Rubio versus Vance. You know, there's obviously some serious gamesmanship going on between Rubio and Vance, and the Iran negotiations are a proxy for that. Rubio is steering clear. Vance is throwing himself in the middle of it because he thinks if he solves it, he's going to not be blamed for the Iran war. So that's a big battle. But on the Democrat side, there's some signs of trouble over there as well. Because there's these
socialist. Yeah, absolutely. Nick, we're out of time. You'll be on tonight doing your stream. Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble. I wish we had more time. Thank you for so much time. Look forward to speaking to you again more about 2028. It's important to look forward into the future. Thank you, Nick Fuentes.
Thanks for having me. Great interview.
Powerful. Best interview yet we've done. All right, Harrison's coming up. He's going to simulcast my debate with Sneeko in the first hour. So go to Real Alex Jones on X. Go to rumble.com/Alex Jones Show. Rumble.com/The War Room Live. Go to the easiest place is AlexJonesLive.com. You see the network feed, Harrison, The War Room coming up in about 7 minutes. Let me just tell everybody this, too. You got 10 minutes to go to the AlexJonesStore.com and buy one, get one free on the ethylene blue and other stuff. That ends at 3. It has to end. We have the new shower filters that cut out everything. They're incredible. They're the very best, highest rated filtration systems, the lowest prices. For VIPs, they're $69. For everybody else, they're $100. Similar systems that aren't even as good sell for like $130. This is an incredible deal. We also have the silver coins that are going to sell out in a week or so, that are a fundraiser coin with the Jerusalem cross, 1776, American Centennial, the American Eagle on the other side, with the American flag. These are gorgeous. TheAlexJonesStore.com. I want to thank all of you who got the coin. Only 5,000 of these, roughly half sold. Thank you all for your support.
Semi-quintennial might be better.
More crew, more reporters, more hosts. It takes money to do that. This is a great memento. The support of the broadcast is a fundraiser coin. Take action now. TheAlexJonesStore.com. TheAlexJonesStore.com. And everybody should be a VIP because the silver coin's $117.17. Well, it's $99 or $97 for VIPs. The filters are $67 instead of $99. Everybody should be a VIP. $30 a month, get $40 from the store instantly. Special deals, special sales, special offers. Everything has sales on top of sales when you're a VIP. TheAlexJonesStore.com. But now, I want to talk about something truly revolutionary that's so key now and into the future you must take action on. Here it is in the Harrison Smith simulcasting, my debate with Nico. Stay with us. I'm about to reveal something that is one of the most revolutionary ideas I have ever talked about on air. And in the future, it's going to be the most revolutionary idea. The entire future battle that humanity faces against the globalist mark of the beast social credit score system will be fought on this battlefield. I'm talking about debanking. I'm talking about deplatforming. I'm talking about the globalist war, not just on the nation state and the family and the individual, but on small, medium, and even large businesses they don't control. That's the real undeclared war that is intensifying across the planet right now. And America is the front lines. This information is revolutionary. And this is the key to success and being independent from this predatory system. I'm about to break it down right now. Fellow patriots, the first thing the globalists and the leftists do, they want to silence you, is go after your merchant accounts. Go after your business payment system. It's that simple. They try to cut off your ability to even receive money or make payments. It's globalist siege. It's globalist economic warfare. It's a globalist blockade, an embargo, sanctions against American populist patriots. For everyone that's been watching and listening to me for years, you've seen the attacks. You've seen the deplatforming. You've seen the court battles, the news articles, the demonization, the bogus default judgments. We even had FBI, CIA operatives on hidden camera talking about how their entire goal is to take me out the knees by knocking out my ability to accept payments. And that money, they admit, is for all of you. Yeah, so we were after him. Are you still at? Why? He's broke. Yeah, I'm guilty. And had to pay like $100 million. So what? Why were you after him? Just to get the money from him? Yeah. With that court case, was that MCL? Was. Alex Jones. Go with him was what? Pretty much. Well, because of First United Payments and your support, they failed. And they failed because I had a processor with a backbone who loves America and believes in the free market. One who stands up for American justice and who didn't back down when they receive threatening messages and pressure from other major institutions. If you are a conservative business owner, Google is watching you. Meta, Facebook is watching you. Amazon, all the major big tech is watching you. If you think for 1 second that they are not orchestrating and coordinating their efforts behind the scenes to take you offline and out of business and render you harmless to the system and the machine, you are wrong. The question is not if, it's when. Stripe, Shopify, PayPal, Square, they're all part of the same big tech machine. Consolidation, vertical integration, that is the goal of the BlackRock globalist system. Because once there's only one central system, they can bring in the universal credit score. This is the key to their entire panopticonic takeover plan in their own words. The head of BlackRock, Larry Fink, was very clear. Once they have this system in place and they're close, they are going to shut down everybody that isn't part of their system. Even people that aren't political. This is about total control. They just got to get to the patriots that are opposing them to get to you. FirstUnitedPayments.com stands directly in the tyrant's way. Fellow Americans, this is your call to action. Call or email First United Payments now and ask them how you can protect your business against the globalist predatory attacks and shutdowns today. Visit First United Payments now at FirstUnitedPayments.com. That's FirstUnitedPayments.com. Talk to a real human here in the good old US of A by calling toll free 877-899-1313. That's 877-899-1313. Or go to FirstAmericanPayments.com. Tyrants are counting on us not to innovate. They're counting on us not to migrate to institutions and organizations that are pro-human just like us. This isn't some new company. I've been using them for almost a decade. They're already taking care of most of the patriots, whether you're a florist, at a gas station, or you're a farmer, or you've got a little 5 and dime shop or a factory, whatever it is, online merchants, this is the place for you. They're the only ones that have withstood all the attacks. We always tried to have backups, but have a couple backups. We lost dozens and dozens of them and dozens of banks, not First United Payments. These guys are patriots and they're in our corner. They're Americans just like us, and they hate the New Order of the Passion. They believe in the free market, and they understand this is 1776 2.0. 90% of it is information warfare and financial, and this is just as important as the right to self-defense and guns. You've got to be able to have your own business. You've got to be able to operate without these globalist sharks, this mafia shutting you down. And First United Payments is the tip of the spear. Proven warriors, ladies and gentlemen, in this fight. Thank you so much. Now visit FirstUnitedPayments.com right now. My fellow patriots, the first thing the globalists and the leftists do, they want to silence you, is go after your merchant accounts. Go after your business payment system. It's that simple. They try to cut off your ability to receive money or make payments. If you are a conservative business owner, Google is watching. Meta, Facebook is watching. Amazon, all of your big tech is watching. If you think for 1 second that they are not orchestrating and coordinating their efforts behind the scenes to take you offline and out of business and render you harmless to the system of the machine, you are wrong. Question is not if, it's when. Stripe, Shopify, PayPal, Square, they're all part of the same big tech machine. Because once there's only one central system, they can bring in the universal credit score. The head of BlackRock, Larry Fink, was very clear. Once they have the system in place and they're close, they are going to shut down everybody as a part of their system, even people that aren't political. This is about total control. They just got to get to the patriots that are opposing them to get to you. FirstUnitedPayments.com stands directly in the tyrant's way. Fellow Americans, this is your call to action. Call or email First United Payments now and ask them how you can protect your business against the globalist predatory attacks and shutdowns today. Talk to a real human here in the good old US of A by calling toll free 877-899-1313. You've got to be able to have your own business. You've got to be able to operate without these globalist sharks, this mafia shutting you down. First United Payments is the tip of the spear. Proven warriors, ladies and gentlemen, in this fight. Online merchants, this is the place for you. Now visit FirstUnitedPayments.com. It's Wednesday, July 26, 130 days. Went on again, the trade armies is closed. Multiple countries.
War Room Live onto Alex's channel yet, so we'll go to the War Room channel, and Alex should be debating Sneeko.
People willingly accept Islam. Nobody is trying to spread it by the sword.
I want people to hear the truth and accept it. That's why I say, inshallah.
Tax or have your head cut off. Convert.
That's just you don't know about Islam, so you might you should avoid this stuff. And let's talk about what I said.
People don't know. I do know. You just think I know what shalom means. I know what all that means.
Yeah, but you said that I'm here trying to force it and stick a flag up your butt. I didn't say anything or shit. You want to know why I said this? I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Or the Muslim invaders.
Or taking over.
Zodiac post with Soros.
What's the Muslim population in America?
You got 200 to 1 Muslims raping and stabbing and murdering people all over Europe, running over
200 to 1. Even according to Tommy Robinson, the Epstein list, the majority of pedophiles in the UK are white Christians.
Oh my God. There is no doubt there are a bunch of pedophiles in the UK.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that
according to Tommy Robinson, it's predominantly white people.
And pick the little girls up and put them in dog cages.
Okay, before we get all heated, let's talk about what I said. Okay, there's a lot of things, and you're spreading a lot of, it seems like you don't really know about Islam. What I said was God.
See, that's a throwaway. It's just saying, oh, looks like you don't know. You're like, what does inshallah mean? You sit there, and what we're going to do with this is, Nico, is we're going to take what you said, we're going to show the Quran, we're going to show the Hadith, we're going to show the Imam.
Absolutely. Show the Quran. Islamic. Yes, read the Quran. Read the Quran.
You convert, you pay the tax, or we cut your head off.
Okay. Sure. There's two things here. So you're afraid of an Islamic takeover of America, right? And you're saying the thing I said, F you. Do you know that I was banned from Australia? The game that I was at, you said this was an Allahu Akbar rally. This was a World Cup game. Egypt was playing Australia. Egypt beat Australia. I'm happy. Australia banned me. Do you want to know why, Alex? Similar things that happened to you. Attacks. Australia banned me. They said I was too anti-Semitic and I was too critical of Israel. They listed a bunch of reasons in an email saying that I criticize and that I'm anti-Semitic, and they revoked my visa. So when Egypt beat Australia, I'm like,
okay. And he's playing the
because the government
victim again. We can pull it down for a second while he's complaining about being insufferable. They have certain talking points. So Sneeko is new to Islam. He doesn't understand Islam to a large degree. There was a very funny instance a little while ago where Sneeko was talking to a Sunni Muslim, and he was like, how do we feel about Shiite Muslims? And the Sunni was like, oh, no, we're fine. We're all one big family. It's like, that's a lie, Sneeko. How do you not know this? How do you not know the Sunnis and the Shiites are like deadly enemies? And it's what's behind a lot of the chaos and strife in the Middle East right now. He doesn't actually understand Islam. He's got a couple talking points that he likes to push out. He rolls his eyes at the, little British girls being raped by Muslim gangs. Obviously, every country is going to have pedophiles. It's not really too much you can do about that except for punish them when you find them. Importing millions of people who run rape gangs in collaboration with the police is an entirely different and uniquely Islamic phenomenon. You could say it was Jewish also with the Jeffrey Epstein organization, but in the UK, obviously, this is happening on a mass scale with the Muslim invaders. He knows that he's playing stupid. Then the other thing he says is, how many Muslims are there? He's going to try to get them on. Well, there's only 1%. It's like, okay, so before there's too many of them, we're not supposed to talk about it because there's only 1%. It's only 5%. There's only 10%. There's only 20% Muslims. What's the big deal? Until they get to a certain threshold, at which point they take over, and it's too late. So, yeah, you have to call them out and say 1% might not be that much, but look at all the problems they're already causing. Look at what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, and anywhere else that they gather in large numbers, they take over and start enforcing aspects of Sharia law. So, back to Sneeko himself doesn't even understand Islam and is constantly asking imams on his stream, like, what do we think about this? And then they lie to him. I'm sure in private, they're like, actually, when I said that wasn't totally true. But yeah, go ask an actual Sunni or Shiite, what they actually feel about the other side. It's not one big happy family. Back to Sneeko and Alex.
Side of the family, the Greshams, who went back to England, to the stock exchange, a bunch of other stuff. They were Christians that came over here, and a bunch of stuff were rich in New York. Jackson, when he was president, down at the Hermitage in Tennessee.
All right.
And he said, I want Western expansion, be after I'm out of office. And he said, I want you to, because you're volunteering, I want the Gresham family to sell your holdings, bring in, accepted the plan. Engineered the Sexual Revolution. Took him 10 years.
They came in with 2 ships at Galveston, had shootouts with the Jesuit priests. Killed. One of the ships got taken, the other ship got in, went up the river to Washington on the Brazos, started bringing in Protestants out of Tennessee, Alabama, and Virginia. Took 10 years to set up the operations. And we basically started a fight with their dictator, Santa Anna, and later it launched the war. So that's what these Islamists start too. They're coming in as the foot soldiers to prepare the way for the takeover, and the government of Islam is Sharia law.
The government of Islam.
Sharia law.
Which government?
The government.
He doesn't know the word government. He thinks we're talking about a nation.
Those are completely different. Wahhabis and Shias have nothing.
That's what I just said. I just said.
The government thinks Iran. You think Iran is trying to take over America?
Are 79%, and then the rest 2% is Alawites and Arabs. All that.
Okay, where is that? Where is that happening? Where is that spreading in America?
Islam.
Where's that?
Your branches of Islam, particularly Wahhabis, it is the Sharia law down to the local imam that is the governing system of Islam.
Okay.
So is the Islamic Republic. The rulership is through Sharia.
What is Sharia law? What is Sharia? What's that? What does that mean?
Law.
What is
control?
What is Sharia
The
mean?
3 forms of jihad.
What is Sharia?
Law.
Sharia is Islamic law.
It is law. Sharia means law.
What is
in Sharia law, if you're a Muslim and you live,
like I don't know about Islam. I know all
you first off, let me explain.
You nailed every one of your little factoids.
No, you didn't, because Sharia means law.
He thinks he corrected him when Alex said it's the Islamic law, and he said it means law. He thought that was a correction. What? You just said the same thing you did in less detail, actually. It means law. For sand nigger, dune coon, spook gook, chink stink, towelhead, camel jockey, baby shit, yellow sand niggers.
And under it's the Islamic law.
Sharia.
It's Islamic law.
Alex, we're just getting started. Sharia means law. Under Sharia law, Muslims are supposed to follow the law of the land. Nobody here is trying to change the Constitution. In fact, it seems like you are, because you think that I should be deported for exercising my First Amendment rights. We have freedom of religion here.
You are such a...
Oh, now he's saying our Sharia is the Constitution. No. You keep that fucking word away from my country, pussy.
You're super...
We have freedom of speech. Under Sharia law, you obey the law.
I'm saying we will make you take Sharia law. I got him at the state houses.
Where?
You're going to die.
Where are you seeing?
Yeah, this is actually how it works. So let me explain how it worked. And I heard this directly from an imam. I wish I could find the video, but this was like when I was very early at InfoWars, probably 8 years ago. But it works like this: if somebody runs as a Muslim and achieves office, not promising Sharia law, saying I'm going to uphold the laws of the state and the laws as they exist, and I'm going to be a good American mayor, whatever it is, then that's what they're obligated to do in the confines of Sharia Islamic law. They basically lose legitimacy if they try to enact Sharia, if that's not what they said they were going to do. However, if they want to run for office and say, elect me and I will impose Sharia law, then according to their, religious paradigm, they're then allowed to enact Sharia law. If that's what they got elected saying they were going to do, then that's what they're going to do. So this is just a game they're playing where nobody's trying to enforce Sharia law. That's because internally in their own, because Alex is absolutely right. Islam is as much a governing political structure as it is a religion. Like if you read the books, almost all the book is about like how to govern things and how emirs should be elected. Like that's the idea. An emir is a leader, and they say as an emir, you lose legitimacy if you try to impose Sharia law, if that's not what you said you were going to do when you got elected. If, however, you say, elect me and I'll impose Sharia law, and you get elected, then there's no barrier within the Islamic system to you imposing Sharia law. So until they're a majority, they're going to say nobody's imposing Sharia law. As soon as they can get elected by promising to impose Sharia law, then there's no barrier to it. This is the way it works internally with the structure of the governance of Islam. Back to the ignorant Muslim and Alex Jones.
You support it. Elon Musk is big tech, and he's there calling for deportation just like you. You ally with Elon Musk. He is big tech.
cover all of that. Now, the point is getting back to this because you don't want me to nail you down on this stuff.
No. I'm telling you that you are echoing the propaganda of the people that you pretend to be against.
I know. I do all you do is claim I'm echoing Zionist propaganda. Explain something to you. I can be against a cobra. I don't want to be in a cage with 10 cobras or 10 vipers, 10 water moccasins or rattlesnakes. So if Israel's a cobra, Islam is a viper. We're saying, oh, you're against a viper, so you're for the king cobra. It's not 100%. I did a 4-hour show today and spent 2 hours on Israel trying to take over our military and intelligence and make it listed as the top national security.
How do they brainwash Americans to support their cause?
But let me raise this claim. Let me finish. It's a false equivalency, apples and oranges, to say if I'm worried about expansionist Orthodox Islam, then covering Zionist propaganda. The Zionists have been successful. People saying you must support Israel and Zionists support it.
How do they get support?
Or you're for Islam. I'm not one of those people. I'm saying Islam is a threat to the West. And so
you haven't had any substantial evidence to show that Islam is a threat in America. You said no. You said Durka. You don't even know who's trying to bring in Sharia law here. And again, you haven't even.
This is what's so stupid. We don't need a reason. We don't need an excuse. You are trying to impose your religion on us. We don't need an excuse to oppose that. It's like, well, you're not allowed to dislike Muslims until you can point to an exact example of how it's affected you in your life. No, we can just not want Islam here, just like the Islamic countries don't want Christianity there. You know how many churches there are in Saudi Arabia? 0. There's 0 churches inside Saudi Arabia because they don't feel the need to open up their borders to people of different religions. We are under no obligation to do that. We have our own country, which allows freedom of religion. And if we want that to be maintained, then we have to keep out the people who don't believe in freedom of religion, which includes all Muslims. You can come here, you can be Muslim, but you cannot try to impose that on everybody else. That would be in violation of the Constitution, and we should be on guard against that, obviously. And we're under absolutely no obligation. We do not need to fulfill his requirements for you're not allowed to oppose us until we do one of 2 things. No, we can just oppose you. You can shut up and go away. You don't like us. You're not like us. You want to impose things on us that are contrary to what we believe. So go away. No, I have no requirement to fulfill to believe that or to say that. Back to Sneeko.
I want to do that in Cuba, arrest Raul Castro, but then put the communists back in. I don't believe the U.S. should do regime change and then not have free and fair elections. So I said I'm against it because they will.
So you oppose Venezuela regime change. Good. You did?
I just said, I said if they have free and fair elections, what they won't. So then I said that I was.
Well, I'm against it, and it was. I was proven right. There's now IDF soldiers there. We're taking over $2 billion worth of oil, which is directly to Israel.
It's training eyes. Where's the evidence of that?
Now, I didn't even say that's not what I said.
It's in Argentina. It's one of the biggest Jewish populations, and they are trying to take the property and the government over. I think they may sacrifice Israel to create World War II scenario victim.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. Let's get to the core issue, right? Okay, so you want to protect the demographics. You don't want an invasion. You don't want foreign influence, right? Our country is dominated by Jewish.
I'm a Christian American nationalist, and white people are demonized by the left, Red Green Alliance, by Israel and everybody, and I'm sick of it. White people are 7% of the world population. Anglo-Saxons are like 2%.
There's no point in just preaching.
I'm sick of being run over. Okay. Everybody's declared war on us. I'm saying, okay, again.
You think I declared war? You think I declared war? War, you want a crusade? Now
don't worry.
You're getting, okay, then well done. You just played into the hands of the Jewish supremacists controlling our country. Well done. That's what Bill almost wants you to do.
It's
and coming in a pedophile demographic in Europe. I told you it's white. This is 250,000 was the estimated number. You just doubled it, and that's completely conflated.
Everything other thing.
500,000 estimated. You need to look at the report.
Carrot Star protected them. We know the British leadership. I exposed that 30 years ago.
Okay. Do you want to? Okay, so let's get to the core of the issue. So you established that you're a Christian white nationalist. You want to protect your demographic, correct? Is that your main?
No, what I've established is Christian populist nationalists.
Do you want to protect your demographic?
Will tribal organized groups organize this on 53 countries. Israel backed by most of the billionaires, their nuclear weapon, and all of their lobbies. And then we're told as Christians, period, whether you're black or white, Hispanic, as Americans or capitalists, and particularly as white, that we're the devil. We got to shine shoes.
Are you going to rant, or do you want to have a conversation? Do you want to? Okay,
done.
Cool.
And if you want a war,
nobody wants a war. They want you to start a race war so that they can continue justifying their war.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be a cultural velvet revolution. The new Renaissance, the new crusade will be the energizing of team humanity, led by the central pillar of Earth, the West, the superior system that developed almost all the modern technology.
If you're watching the chat, by the way, everybody's on Alex's team. I'm just seeing Alex W based, Alex winning. Sneako's just lying. He goes. This whole thing is because he goes to the Times Square thing and is like, "We're going to take over. This is an Islamic country. New York is stand. We're taking up." He's full of crap. He's lying. He knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to yell for conquest out of one side of his mouth, then on the other side go, "Oh, but if you oppose us, you're on." I don't think anybody's actually falling for this except for the probably dumbass Muslims that know exactly what he's doing and thinks he's engaged in some sophisticated taqiyya manipulation. Nobody's falling for it, dumbasses. Back to Alex.
Okay. There you didn't live in Connecticut?
Yeah, no, I did. I was in Connecticut. When I had to go home, on Sandy Hook. I know your son, and he does a podcast with somebody else.
His co-host knows you from Connecticut.
Relax. I know. You're not saying anything we don't know.
It's all about you, Sneaky.
Calm down. I was born in New York City, and I grew up in New Haven, Connecticut, and I had to go home from school when Sandy Hook happened, that school shooting.
And you support a Democrat talking point.
Okay, and people like you said there were crisis actors.
All I did was interview a few people that said it didn't happen. I had a few debates, and the Google searches from when it happened to when they sued me didn't exist.
I'm only bringing this up because you wanted to ask how much tax.
There's a way to demonize me. They raised $300 million.
You're the one demonizing me and calling me a jihadist terrorist. Do you want to actually talk about an issue, or do you just want to chimp out and yell the whole time? Do you want to talk?
Chimping? Yes. Yeah.
You are. You are chipping out. I mean, for a white nationalist, you're chipping out crazy.
Right. Here's the difference. Intellectual gravitas and tens of millions of people that support me behind it.
Okay, great. Congratulations. So do you want to protect the West or not? Do you want to have this conversation?
Oh, yes, sure. I want to protect the West.
Because you can see that deporting me is stupid. I'm exercising my First Amendment rights. I'm practicing freedom of religion, and I'm not declaring war. You're the one declaring a cultural war, whatever. I don't want war. I'm against it. So you want to protect the West. What is the number one issue? Who is dragging us into these wars that destroy the West, Alex?
False dichotomy.
Israel and
there you go.
Jewish charities.
What propaganda do they use to get Americans to support?
They say that Iran wants to destroy them, so they've got to do that. Well, they blamed Iraq with that, which was a lie. They Project for American Century from April 2000.
Again, this is the false dichotomy. Like Alex puts it, you don't need to be on the side of the cobra if you are against the viper. I would say that, rock isn't friends with scissors just because because they both fight paper, right? Again, it is strictly a false dichotomy. Yes, Islamic people Muslim people are demonized in order to encourage wars in the Middle East. So what? So if we're against the war, we must love Muslim people? That's retarded. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. No, you can be against the wars in the Middle East and also be against Muslims in your country taking over as they do. Because once again, even if there's just 1% of Muslims in this country, when they all coagulate around Dearborn, Michigan, then that suddenly you start having the Muslim call to prayer interrupting the day 5 times a day, early in the morning and late at night. Suddenly you have American people who, in their traditions, suddenly don't get the support that they did from the city like they used to. They move in and they take over. They conquer. This is what Islam is. It's what it's always been. There's never been anything other than a force in which to conquer people, and they're doing it now through demographics. And Sneeko knows that very well. That's why he has to try to play the game of, if you're against us, you must be in favor of the Jews, because he can't actually make the argument that this is in any way beneficial for the American people, that the American people would like this. He talks about wanting to save the West. The West is defined against Islam. It used to be called Christendom. It was the land of the Christians. It's why Christendom went to war in the Middle East with the Crusades, because that used to be a part of Christendom. The Middle East used to be Christian till it was taken over by Muslims in the 400s and 500s, and that continued all the way up to the Battle of Tours with Charles the Hammer Martel, as well as several instances in Austria with the Turks and the winged Khazars. I mean, he doesn't know anything. He knows none of this. He doesn't know anything. He does not know anything. He is a lady.
Ultimate water filter shower head. Ladies and gentlemen, screen major fish in tap water. Even if you feed them, they die hours. That's because it's toxic. That's because it's poison. Chlorine alone kills bacteria. Great, you don't get dysentery, but it destroys your gut flora, and it's directly linked to cancer. Then you've got the fluoride, you've got the lead, you've got the arsenic. This system reduces it all 95 to 95%. Now, you've got gravity fed filters that cut it all out. Those are drip, drip, Be censored. If you say, I've seen you say, if we were going to be violent. I saw you say that they're crisis actors in Sandy Hook, and look what happened. If you want to do ad hoc, so let's stay on point. Sandy Hook, oh God. Let's stay on point. Let's stay on point. I went home to school that day, actually, because you're talking about my childhood. You said, why did I say, hurt you as a little baby? You said, why did I say, if God wills it, you. Okay, Alex. Do something to your poopy. Well, no, you got the trillionaire to try to put a target in my head. So, yeah, well done. Right, well done. Well done. Showing your teeth. Well done. Throat slitting. And well, they don't cry about white genocide. Don't cry about. The Quran isn't a battle manual to take over. Come on, there's no saying. I don't want to hear you cry about your demographic replacement. Oh, no, America's getting destroyed. Oh, no, the globalists are taking over. Oh, no, America's getting replaced. Oh, the West is getting taken over. Oh, no, there's immigrants here. Oh, no, immigrants are here for the wars that I caused. Immigrants come in from the wars I caused. Oh, the Crusades attacked the poor little Muslims. I didn't say any of that. You're arguing with Alex.
Did I hurt you?
I didn't say. You said Chi-Coms control Hollywood. Didn't you say that Chi-Coms control Hollywood and not Jewish supremacists? No, what I said in the full clip was I read a Wall Street Journal article about how China was like the 10 biggest Hollywood production companies had bought a controlling interest in 6, and China admits they're funding a lot of the anti-Western, anti-white propaganda. China is heavily allied with Hollywood. China is allied with Hollywood. This is why the demographics are changing. This is why the West is getting replaced. It doesn't control and own big parts of Hollywood. Yeah. Alex Jones is the Chinese. Does it? Are you kidding me? The Chinese. I mean, this is why the West is changing, because when you spread these lies that the Chinese control Hollywood, people get confused and you mix the truth with lies. Nico. You say some things that are true and say 10 lies. That's an old white supremacist attack on me that I covered China. I mean, look at brain dead Mitch McConnell and his wife flees to China, who's a known Chi-Com agent. And you look at Fang and Swallowswell and all the Chinese spies. You're going on tangents again. Are you saying China, geopolitically, is not our main military adversary and is not the main spy force? I didn't say that. I said China does not predominantly control Hollywood. I didn't say anything about. I'm going to say this very slowly to you. You said 2 separate things. Very slowly. Wall Street Journal, like 15 years ago, article about how China bought a controlling interest of 6 of the 10 top Hollywood production companies. I didn't say they were the producers. I didn't say that they were the directors. That's mainly Jews. And I said that in a full show. So just say that. I did an hour on accuracy, so just say that. Scientific studies and clips, and then said, I don't want them putting chemicals in the water, turn the friggin' frogs gay. The media only showed that 10-second clip, not me showing all the studies. And of course, I was proven right. Yeah, kind of like you when you clip up everything and try to make me sound. Are you saying China does not have a controlling interest? I don't know what it is now. In a lot of U.S. media. Of course, but it's predominantly Jewish supremacists, and you're messing up the conversation by redirecting it towards China. Talk about the anti-Western, anti-white, anti-Christian. If you want to protect this country, then talk about the main issue, Alex. Don't just get it twisted with a bunch of nonsense. Syrian did sitting Fuentes doesn't go on Piers Morgan and big shows talk about Israel when he does. That's just not true. That's this thing of I talk more about Israel than you do. No, I just talk about all the major power blocks in the world. That's what I do. And you're confusing people when you say globalist Chi-Coms. It's like type in Chinese interest in Hollywood production companies, China funding anti-American stuff, China taking over U.S. universities via the Confucius Institutes. That's a whole other subject. China putting kills in U.S. It is. It's a whole other subject. Let's stick to the main subject that's destroying the country. You just created a straw man that I said China controls Hollywood. I didn't say straw man. I said that you're confusing the conversation. You're just making people focus on things that are not extremely important. Wow.
I hope everybody watching can see through what just happened. Literally, Sneeko brought that up. Sneeko wanted to make this a talking point to try to, get Alex on the back foot as if he was covering up for the Jews. Alex explains to him exactly what happened. He's like, well, let's not get distracted. Well, let's not go off on that tangent. You brought it up, dumbass. You just didn't know what the hell you were talking about. And of course, if you're watching our feed, you're seeing every article being brought up in real time because Alex is exactly right with what he's talking about. And this is obvious. And if you understood anything about global economics, you would understand that China is a massive market that Hollywood has been trying to get profit out of for a long time. And so they make changes to their movies to comport with Chinese sensibilities. It's why they take the black people off the posters when they put them up in China, because Chinese people don't want to see movies that star black people, and they're willing to make that adjustment for them because they just hate the West. They hate America. They're happy to be racist for China because China has a control system called the social credit score that allows them to never face a threat from their population. So they see the effectiveness of the Chinese control grid. They want to bring it here, and they want to access to their massive billion.
China has two greatest fears. China has two greatest fears: whites and blacks. Maybe even Native Americans, Indians, British.
Population as China develops and
Yellow Indians ain't much for red Indians, huh? Get the fuck out of my country, you fucking sack of shit.
Gets better technology and gets better access to the entertainment that America offers. American companies are changing their movies, changing their scripts, changing their posters to comport with the Chinese audience. Everybody knows this. It's obvious. Who's doing that? You could say it's the Jews doing that. Sure. You could also point out that China keeps millions of Muslim people in concentration camps. They're called the Uyghurs, and they're facing a genocide right now. So why is Sneeko defending China? So you're in favor of them destroying Muslims? Well, if you're not, against China, then you must be in favor of them destroying Muslims. Should we just do this with, every two power blocks? If you oppose China, then you must love Israel. And if you hate Israel, you must love Muslims. No, you can just be American. You can just understand that we are under attack from all of these forces, and Sneeko is one of the attackers doing the groundwork here. He serves as the artillery barrage, trying to soften up the target for the ground invasion to come. Everybody knows this. And the other thing, as we've talked about a million times before, and you've heard it from my co-host on Moonbase Live, Lebanon John, because he's Lebanese, but he's a Lebanese Christian. He goes to Europe, and the Arabic people there think he's one of them and openly talk about how much they're taking over. We have this percentage of this town and this percentage of this town, and we just got elected to this part of this town. Together, they talk about this openly behind the scenes, and then they put on a nice face of, we just want tolerance, and what's wrong with us? Shouldn't you be focused? Go focus on them. Go look at them. Go look at the Jews. Don't look at us. It's a giant play acting scam, and I really hope nobody's falling for it. He literally just brought up Alex Jones talking about China controlling Hollywood, and then wanted to say Alex was trying to distract and go off on a tangent when he was the one that brought it up, but he has no idea what the hell he's talking about. He is the most uninformed person I've ever seen Alex Jones talk to. This is astonishing.
Chico,
I like dogs. I like dogs. Like, Alex, do you want to have a conversation? The whole point of this conversation was that
you are violating what Muhammad said. It's a dog. It's used for sheep herding. It is halal. It is bad. I want you to reject this on right now. I want you to get a nice French bulldog.
Okay. You can have a dog. It just doesn't need to be in the house licking your face and in your bed. Just keep it outside. You can have a dog. If you want to know about Islam. The whole point is, Alex. Okay, Alex. This
Sneeko literally doesn't know about Islam. Let me tell you again. Sneeko on his live streams has on actual Muslims and asks them questions about Islam, and they lie to him. For example, he asked, are we cool with Shiites? Because he's a Sunni. And the guy's like, yeah, of course, Shiites and Sunnis. We're like this. We're like best friends. Meanwhile, the entire Middle East is in flames, in large part due to the Shia versus Sunni warfare that has continued since the two groups split. I would ask him, like, does he even know, what does Sunni mean? What does Shia mean? Where do they come from? What is the difference between them? I probably know more than he does. He doesn't know about Islam. He's not actually a Muslim. He's just play acting because he thinks it's cool and because this is part of the charm offensive, like Nick Fuentes was talking about. And I've experienced with this, talking to Jake Shields like 10 years ago at a TPOSA event, the America Fest in Arizona. And he was talking about the instant he got involved in politics and the instant that he started to go against Israel, he was suddenly getting invitations to Qatar, invitations to the Emirates, and we'll give you cars, and we'll give you ladies, and we'll give you everything. It's a charm offensive. They're going after influencers who aren't Muslim, trying to convert them to Islam to be spokespeople for Islam, even though they don't even know what the hell they're talking about. People like Jake Shields, ironically enough, they were smart enough to see what was going on and not fall for it. Sneeko fell for it. Sneeko fell for the charm offensive, and he is now one of their operatives carrying out this mission of trying to soften the image of Islam, when in reality, he's being used by people who are lying to him to get him to do this. He doesn't understand Islam nearly as much as Alex Jones. Back to the conversation.
Or a boy.
You're learning that you read the Quran on Facebook from Boomer Slop that programs evangelicals.
Boomer slop.
Boomer Slop. Yeah, the boomers that are in mega churches saying God bless those.
All these mayors in Afghanistan.
You didn't read the whole time. You didn't read the whole time. This is the same Boomer Slop that convinces Americans that God was.
CIA put the mayors in Afghanistan.
That's the state of Israel. This is what Mike Huckabee is saying. They're saying, I'm a mere boy.
I don't believe that.
Ted Cruz is posting about the IDF on July 4th. Clearly, the influence is coming from our place.
What does that have to do with anything?
Israel, our existence, and all that's not true. I've covered it all.
Okay, and the American government, people like Randy Fine are saying ban us.
That his dumb, fat Canadian ass should be talking about our military, not a fucking foreign country's military, bitch. Randy Fine's fat bitch ass.
Laura Loomer Jigsaw. This lady is saying ban Islam. Why?
Ted Cruz and Randy Fine.
You and Laura Loomer might be dating soon.
Okay, Alex is officially bored with the debate. Alex is officially bored of dunking on Sneeko, and he's moving on to the troll section of the debate. This it's going to get better.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Look, I don't know if Laura Loomer's. That has aura. That has aura. Come Muslim Abdul Alex Jones. Inshallah, Alex Jones is Muslim.
Saw you in the latest video where you're like wearing it like a woman.
It's a scarf. It's a scarf. So wearing it like a woman. It's not a hijab. Also, how do nuns dress? You're like insulting the hijab. Trump is posting kindergarten girls.
Oh my god. Okay, Sneeko literally only knows the most basic, like, I mean, this is like when you're arguing with an atheist and they're like, then why does God let bad things happen? It's like, are you a kindergartner? Do you really not understand the difference between a nun who has dedicated her entire
I'm gonna work at a nunnery just to try to have sex with some of them.
life,
The hot ones, of course,
to a religion who wears a habit as a symbol of her disconnection from the earthly world as being a
yeah, I mean, it's nice to have other human interactions too.
lifelong, like she's married to the church. It's a symbol of her devotion. It's not something that you force every single girl to put on the instant her boobs pop out because she doesn't want to get raped by the neighbor. Like this is the most elementary level Islam apologism I've ever heard. Oh, you don't like the hijab? What about habits? It's like, okay, what the hell are you talking about? I wear a wristwatch, but I don't want to have my hands handcuffed behind the back. Do you understand the difference? Well, they're both things around your wrist. What's the problem with one or the other? Well, one's a symbol of devotion, a choice somebody makes to dedicate their lives to a church and an outward, show of that. And the other is oppressing women because your men can't be trusted to keep their dick in their pants. Is this too complicated for you, Sneeko? Back to the dumbass.
Tell the white liberal blue-haired women, tell them you're beneath me, and they're just gonna orgasm. Just go.
They're white. I mean, look, you have no solution to it. I mean, you're afraid of the hijab so much, but your birth rate's declining. Feminism's everywhere. There's more atheists than Christians in America. You don't practice any Christian values.
4 children. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have like 4 more, so don't worry.
That's great. Most of them don't, because liberalism is rampant. Because you guys are so afraid of Islam and
that's it. I have 10 more.
But then,
see, hang on.
I just answered your question like 3 times. I support Islam. Islam is good. We have a solution.
So is it good that Muhammad the 9-year-old?
Is it good that Rebecca was married to Isaac at the age of 3? This is in the Old Testament. Is it good that you could go pay 50 shekels for your rape slave in the Old Testament because you believe that? Is it okay that you can rape a woman and then she become your wife? This is in the Old Testament.
Oils, perform circumcision with their teeth.
Okay, but all this is also part of Christianity. You're acting like there's all these
it's
different
not a part of Christianity. It's obviously not a part of Christianity.
Fucking idiot.
The New Testament that basically supersedes all of those things.
He just gave all those Jewish talking points, Old Testament implying Jewish, and then said it's Christian. What the fuck? Stupid ass. Christianity is the New Testament. It's the improvement upon. It's the ceasing of unnecessary animal sacrifice, human sacrifice, cannibalism, abortion, pedophilia. It's the ceasing of that, motherfucker. That's in your guys' shit. That's in the Muslim and Jewish shit. That's not in the Christian stuff. We stopped that.
Again, Sneeko has no idea what he's talking about. He's a very dumb person. Alex Jones is very patiently educating him. Luckily, Sneeko's entire chat seems to recognize that Alex Jones is absent.
Why don't people simply wrap their heads around the fact that Jesus stopped people from doing pedophilia, cannibalism, murder, animal sacrifice, abortion? Jesus simply stopped these things, stopped people from doing it. And I think he stopped them in ways they don't want us to know about. I think he actually beat the fucking shit out of them and killed them a lot more often than they want us to know about. But hey, that's just me.
Dominating in every possible regard. We'll return to this on the other side. We'll see how long this goes. We'll see how long.
Oh, Jesus just said it would be a good idea to put a millstone around his neck and throw him in the ocean. I'm pretty sure he did that a few times. But you don't hear very many people saying that now, do you? Taking our children to synagogue basements, huh?
Sneeko can take it before he has to.
Taking our children to Muslim rape gang cages, huh? We're fucking sick of it. We white Christians are fucking sick of you, bitch. You gotta stop killing our blacks, too. You gotta stop trying to turn our blacks against us. We whites and black Christians. We white and black Christians. We white, black, and red Christians are gonna come for you Jews and Muslims. Both you fucking Jews and Muslims are gonna be fucked as soon as we white, black, and red Christians wake up.
Retreat to his hug box.
Jones is off. It's right now. Taking off is beyond essential. Continue to spread the word about the broadcast. Continue to support.
That's usually when it matters most to have people in your corner. We've been part of this program for a long time.
And again, the chat.
Explain why are the transgenders saying it's a woman when they dress like big fat demon clowns to take over the thing of women?
Your phone background was Blair White in a bikini. This transgender man.
Just on the show, and I said, understand there's some men that feel like they're women. And there's chemicals that
you should emphasize. That sounds kind of woke of you. That sounds a little bit leftist.
That's why I had Blair White on like 12 years ago. First transition. I thought it was destructive, but I don't hate those people individually.
Oh, Blair White champion LGBT. That's good. You're an LGBT champion.
Throw Blair White off the building. I'm not Islamic. The point is that you're not letting me talk. Because you're like, oh God, Blair White, we got this secret.
No, it's good. You support trans people.
Well, what the point of having Blair White on is Blair White says keep away from the kids, don't have it in schools. The comedy club before with Joe Rogan when Blair White uses the men's bathroom. Issue is that the chemicals in the first month of the embryo forming. Atrazine doesn't just bend frogs or birds or other things, but animals can actually change the cells of the brains so people literally become acidic in their brain structure, in their bone structure, so they're not really female, but it bends them in the direction. I've said give them testosterone to bend them back, growth hormone, like when you have a midget, give them growth hormone, or if they have acromegalia, you can block that or do a surgery in the pituitary. So I was saying that it really is people are being born like this because they're being bent by chemicals that are in all the studies. The atrazine alone at allowable levels bends our genders. And I was saying that you're not an ugly, gross, horrible goblin man who's actually attacking women's spaces or trying to be in women's sports. And then I don't single out people like you that really think they're a woman. I don't think you're a bad person because I do not want to throw homosexuals or trans people off of it. I believe they should be killed under Islam. So you're right. You found some
champion the LGBT. I mean, imagine if you dedicated 1% of that energy about transgenders towards getting rid of Jewish supremacy in America. Man, we would be so much further.
Well, listen, I'm against women's sports. I'm against recruiting kids in schools. I fight that. I spent a lot of time on that. The system was pushing it. And then I spent a lot of time on Islam, a lot of time on Israel, a lot of time on China, a lot of time on people being lazy, working. I mean, I cover it all, dude. I'm on here 4 hours a day. So I don't know what you're talking about. Jump around here. I've always said I don't hate homosexuals. I don't hate trans people. Okay, I don't sit there and judge them for that. Okay, that's the media goes, Alex is a right winger, homophobe, blah, 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 blah. Fabulous, conservative, Christian. Here's my deal. It's just as big a sin that I lust after women. It's just as big a sin that in my life I'm very promiscuous. I've done sins way bigger than gender, probably that choice. When I was younger, the left always goes, God, he admitted this. He's a hypocrite. He's against abortion now. They say I committed a murder. And then I went to jail for it, hypothetically, and now I'm against murder. When I was younger, I believe it was a lot of tissue, and I paid for probably 6, 7 abortions I know of. By the time I was
All right, we're going to pick this up on the other side. We'll be right back.
Using the aqua ultimate water filtered shower. You're not just drinking, you're showering, breathing the steam, soaking your skin in it. When you take a hot shower, that water that chlorine, lead, other contaminants in your tap water hit your skin.
You make sense to get your nails trimmed.
It says independent third-party testing. SDS testing shows 85% lead reduction using the system. Chlorine the system installed directly onto the standard shower. No plumbers, no tools, no modification to your plumbing. With 139. Today we get it for just $97.99. That's 30% off. VIP members account for as low as $69.99. That's the honest deal. Secure yours now. Supplies last at the Alex Jones store.
Welcome back, folks. We've entered into a segment of Seco Alex Jones today where Seco's very confused. Alex Jones being a genuine, loving, and thoughtful and honest person. He keeps trying to take the things that Alex Jones is talking about himself.
My mama had my dad send his DNA in, and me too. My DNA in to get a paternity test when I was in my mid-30s. He was in his 50s, mid-50s. And she made sure we got the hard science that is my father, because he's not on my birth certificate, before she went to the right-hand side of God with Jesus.
Trying to twist it as if it's some sort of bad thing, when really Alex is just being, totally honest about his, long and storied existence in the media and his development in coming to the stances he has now. And Sneeko is petulantly like a child, trying to make it sound bad. He doesn't even know what he's doing anymore. He doesn't know what he's thinking. And again, he brought up early on that like Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, that's first of all hilarious, because Jesus Christ said in no uncertain words that he is the Son of God. And so how you can believe in Jesus but disregard his core message doesn't make any sense. They've got all these other stupid beliefs about Jesus, but they do believe that Jesus is going to come back at the end of...
He lied and said they believe he's the Messiah. Yeah, they acknowledge he was a Messiah, I guess. So they do see him more highly than Jews do, who just say he was just some Jewish criminal. He was just some other Jew criminal. No, 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 no. He founded my way of life. Jesus founded Christianity. Jesus is the first Christian. You need to know that. He stopped your bullshit, bitch. He's the first Christian.
And judge the living and the dead. But if you ask a Muslim who is the only being on the universe that can actually judge the living and the dead, they will acknowledge that Allah himself.
Oh, but just following Christ makes you Christian. No. Using the example of how to live that he set is what makes you a Christian. Living the way he lived is what makes you a Christian, not just, oh, I see that. You know what I mean? Big fucking difference there. Big fucking difference there. Oh, I'm pointing at a definition. No, I'm living a certain way, motherfucker. Big ass difference, huh?
Is the only one who can do that. So how Jesus Christ could judge the living and the dead if he's not God, it doesn't make any sense. This is the there's a term for this. It's like the Muslim conundrum or something. I can't remember what it is. But essentially, in Islam, it says all of the texts of the scriptures of Christians and Jews is totally valid and from God, and the perfect thoughts of Allah, in text. But if that's true, then
it's not about following somebody. It's about proper living. What the fuck doesn't anybody see that? Well, good people do. But
have to believe things that are contrary to what the Quran says. So it's impossible for
Christianity is not about following.
It's absolutely true. Then it's absolutely true. What is
Christianity is not about following.
Says about the Jewish and Christian beliefs being absolutely true, which is contradictory and incompatible. So it doesn't even make any sense. But again, he wants to try to appeal to Christians by pointing out that Muslims. What I want to ask is,
Jesus told us we do even greater works than he did. Can you believe it? Can you believe they're not telling us what he actually did? I think he literally just stopped evil bankers, pedophiles, cannibals, and so on and so forth. He was literally just a hero, a superhero, an anti-criminal. Under satanic law, they would call him a criminal. Under Sharia, Talmud, satanic law, they would call him a criminal. When he's actually out here stopping all the fucking criminals. You know what I mean?
How is Islam not a branch of Judaism? To me, Islam is a branch of Judaism. Full stop. I mean, Jews constantly had prophets coming visiting them. Why did that stop with Jesus? Well, why did that stop if Jesus wasn't the Son of God? If that wasn't the Messiah and the fulfillment of the covenant, then why did the prophets stop coming? And if they didn't stop coming, then why is
and if you want to be a son of God, you damn well better figure out how to live right.
Muhammad not just as valid as Joshua or any other prophet from the Old Testament? So that's what I would want to ask Nico is, can you actually delineate what makes Islam and Judaism different religions? They seem to me like really one and the same. And if you go back into the history, you can see that Muhammad actually tried to start up a cult in, I think it was, I always get them mixed up, but he was wherever the Hajj is now. And he couldn't really get anything going. So then he went to Medina, which was a Jewish town, and a bunch of Jewish elders helped him to write the Quran, which is funny because right now you have a lot of Norse pagans and pagan people who like to portray Christianity as some sort of long-term Jewish trick to conquer the world, when in reality every one of their criticisms actually does apply directly to Muhammad, but not to Christianity.
Jews helped Muhammad write the Quran, yet they bomb our fucking actual Christian Bibles, maps, statues, and architecture all around this planet.
Whatsoever, but I'm sorry, back to Sneeko and Alex.
Be mean to him, higher than a kite. So So that's what I said.
Okay. Let's vote on this. Anybody else?
Who built those nice stone buildings that are now being attributed to the previous civilization? That would be Christian Crusading Templar Knights escaping Vatican persecution after we beat the Muslims for them. And we lived peacefully with the Native Americans. I believe we actually built all these castles with the Indians. So in other words, I built these with myself. And some fucking mason came and cut the contents out of the cornerstone and carved their emblem in the side. You ever feel like buffing out a mason symbol lately?
I don't sick of another thing is you used to call it a celebrity.
And the ones they couldn't kill, they destroyed the buildings. Like Ha Ha Tonka in Lake of the Ozarks. It's a castle. Like a medieval European style castle layout in Missouri.
Tell it like it is. College shows live.
What do you think they're called Templar for?
Forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Wait. I'm not going to come on unless you say that I should not be deported for exercising my free speech rights. Come on. That's an American value right there. I'm a real patriot for exercising my First Amendment and my freedom of religion.
Under Sharia law, most of our speech, it creates a monotheistic tyranny. So,
well, I never said it. I said I want to practice American values. I believe in the Constitution.
I think anybody trying. I already told you that it was rhetorical, just like when I said Piers Morgan. I think you don't like how America is feeling opposed. I think you should self-deport to one of these Muslim dreamlands. What? Okay, so that's what
self-deport. Again, too, maybe talk a little bit about how Elon Musk is on the Epstein files. Remember when he said that Trump was not releasing the Epstein files?
Listen to me. I literally have a bunch of work to do.
Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. You had all your story times about Blair White. I'm going to hear and say Elon Musk said that Trump was not releasing the Epstein files because he was implicated in them. Then he shows up with a black eye doing the Illuminati black eye ritual, and then he goes back on the Trump team. That's weird. And now he's amplifying you trying to deport me. That's anti-American.
Let me just answer that. Black eye ritual. 6 months ago, I'm in a hotel room. It's dark. I forget where you're at sometimes. I wake up to take a piss. Like walk into a wall, and like kind of bruise my eye. Gosh, days later, I come over the show, except this. I went, oh my God, the seminal ritual. My eye is black and my nose is cut. Okay. People get black eyes.
That's not the important part of what I said. It's the Epstein files. It's the Epstein part.
We could spend an hour on this tomorrow.
That sounds like it.
Thing is this. He comes out and says, Trump is in the Epstein files back in June or whatever.
June 2025, yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't say this is terrible. Then Trump goes from saying release it to a cover-up. I've exposed that. He was known Mossad. I was one of the first ever exposed.
Yeah, Elon Musk was in there.
And then Elon is not on there. Elon is not on there.
It was all over the emails. He was trying to go and have the craziest party. He wanted to let loose.
You're not letting me finish, man. You asked a question.
Well, you're saying things that are incorrect. He was emailing Epstein saying you want to go to the craziest party. He wanted to let loose. He's been really stressed.
You're not. I haven't even gotten to this yet.
He's telling a story about the hotel room and a frog before you could just. You got a little.
No, you brought up that crazy schizophrenic thing. Sometimes when he has a black eye, it's an Illuminati ritual.
Okay, that's the least important part of what I'm saying.
No, you said it, not me, buddy. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
And then don't do another question at the end to keep me on here. That's another dirty trick. We can do 2 hours tomorrow if you want. You can say whatever you want.
Well, let's stay on topic because you went to a million things. Let's have specific topics.
We'll start with Epstein tomorrow. How's that sound?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Epstein files, you know that?
You were mentioned, but you weren't communicating with Epstein.
No, exactly. Well, I got to my point yet. I wasn't defending Elon there. I was being attacked for attacking Epstein. Yeah. And I'm in the WikiLeaks with the Clintons and the globalists attacking me. I know. And I'm in all the secret FBI and Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost. Obama put him under national security surveillance as a top threat because I'm not a Fed and I don't work for Israel and I don't get money from Qatar or anybody else. I am 1776. I'm not even MAGA. I'm 1776 Americana. Now, obviously, Elon was kicked out of the White House. Elon is not on the that big AI board that Trump is on. Elon did get his head of NASA later. He got really upset about Doge not making the real cuts, getting run out. And he said, yeah, you're on the list. And you're going to cover it up, which Trump then did. There is Elon talking on there, because Epstein was the head of the Trial Commission. I didn't even know that until that stuff came out. I knew he was powerful, because David Rockefeller brought him in when he was 30. And he would stand in for David Rockefeller, the founder and creator of one of the most powerful groups. So Epstein wasn't just a super gopher. He was the main Rothschild representative, their ambassador to the world. And so everybody was talking to him. Everybody was dealing with him. And so I don't give Steve Bannon a pass. I don't give Elon a pass. I don't give any of them a pass, except with those guys. It's about political power, money, talking to the head of the Trilateral Commission. With Trump, he's actively blocking 3+ million more files coming out. So that is terrible. Epstein was Mossad. All that's bad. And I think Elon should respond to all of that, but at least he got pissed up front and said that. But him talking about, going to globalist parties or being around these elites and making money. The craziest parties. Nobody's ever said Elon Musk raped anybody. Nobody's ever said Elon Musk is underage girls. Nobody's ever said any of that stuff. I'm just saying, it's strange. Trying to act like I'm not his apologist. I've just never seen anything there. But with Bill Gates, it's how do we get rid of the poor people? There's all this stuff about sex slaves being delivered to the hotel and eating people. Right. And we need to know those excise names. And I've been all over Trump about it. And I've broken with Trump over that. So, and it's strange. Let me respond. It's strange that somebody who was saying, Elon said he wanted to go to the craziest parties on the Epstein Island. He wanted to let loose and just go wild. Now he's all up in arms about Pakistani grooming gangs. I find that strange. That the guy who's saying Trump's covering up for the Epstein files is now pushing the slop that you're eating up. Exterminating the whites. And I think he legitimately is for the West. He's pro-human. No, he's not. He's bringing in H-1B visas. He's saying that white men are dumb and that he wants more Indian H-1B visas. I think that was Fifth Up Ramaswamy. No. I have the tweet right here. Elon Musk says white men are dumb. That's why he doesn't hire them to work for X. Look at his SpaceX team. It's all Indian. He's not pro-West. He said white men are dumb? Yes. You want to see? Can I share my screen? You want to see before you leave? I don't see that. I don't do that. I'll show you right here. I came with the receipts. Can you see or not?
All right. So again, this is like kind of completely ridiculous. I thought the question was about Islam, like taking over America. Now we're talking about we're debating whether Elon Musk was in the Epstein files. Like, what does this have to do with it? This has absolutely nothing to do with anything. But here you go. And Elon says, "We're just dumb."
We're just dumb. It's a joke. He didn't say white men are dumb. He said, "Oh, we're dumb." Oh, it's a joke when it's Elon Musk. But when I'm at a World Cup game, I'm declaring jihad on America. I'm trying to conquer. I'm the caliphate. Well, I'll give you your emotional. Okay, fine. You shouldn't be deported. Listen, my point is Vivek Ramaswamy wrote a big thing about lazy Americans. Certainly, statistically, there's some of that going on for any multi-generational, group that's had it too good, too long. That's a well-known thing. People that are class or wealthy, they get decadent. In general, it's an overstatement. It was kind of nasty. But no, him respond, we're just dumb. I don't take it as that, but I'm not an apologist for him. AlexJonesLive.com. AlexJonesLive.com is the new website with all the feeds and everything else, and Real Long Shows on X. Sneeko. I'm still banned on YouTube. I'm still banned on most places. I'm at rumble.com/The Alex Jones Show Live. I've got the whole system after me. I had federal judges find and state judges. I was banned everywhere too, Alex, but I was one of the few that was reinstated. I got banned. I remember you made a channel, but YouTube reinstated. You want to know why? Because I said the Trump election was rigged in 2020. I was against the COVID vaccine. You're trying to call me a BLM wokey. I said the vaccine was going to cause myocarditis, and YouTube gave me a strike, and then they apologized. Okay, we can have a discussion. Yeah, I mean, you don't seem to understand. I've been doing this. I've been seen everywhere. Alex, to get violent, tear stuff up. Let's make sure it's political. I don't believe in offensive violence. Listen, I'll see you tomorrow. Sneaky. Hey, come on, Alexis, say my name. Alexis. You call me sneaky. You call me sneaky. Let's say my name correct. Snico? Snicklets? Snooper? Snicotic? Is it Sneeko?
Yeah, there you go.
Sneeko the Pinko Islamo.
And leave the Muslims alone, man. I mean, Trump's putting a target on these Somali kindergartnens for wearing hijab. Leave them alone, bro. I mean, did he not kill enough girls in Iran at that Manab school with the double tap tomahawk missiles? He needs to attack.
I was against the war.
Yeah, he doesn't need to attack it like to these Somali. It's
Trump's apologist.
like there was just this
Really so stupid. I mean, honestly, you have to be so low IQ to not be able to hold the two ideas in your hand. It's bad that we go to war in the Middle East, but also it's bad when we get taken over by Muslims. This is just like impossible for Sneeko to understand. He just cannot handle the idea that you would be against blowing people up, but also not want to be subject to their religion. This is so complicated. I mean, it's just really. I'm going to try to map it out for Sneeko here. I don't know if I can. If I can do this correctly, let's see. War equals bad. Islam equals bad. Oh my God. Does this make sense, Nico? Are you understanding that both of these ideas are possible at the same time? Is this something you can wrap your mind around, Sneeko? Meditate on it. Take your time. Really, really think about whether or not the two things you're presenting are actually not able to exist at the same time, or whether you are just too stupid to hold two non-contradictory ideas in your head at the same time. We don't want to go to war with the Muslims. We also don't want the Muslims to take us over here. We don't like seeing elementary schools that were once 90% white in a matter of 5 years because of mass migration by a bunch of Somalis or wherever the hell they come from, who have a failing state back home, who in an act of desperation have to flee their hometown, their home city, their home country, come to here, go on welfare, start scamming us out of billions of dollars, replace all of our kids at the local elementary school. Then we have to hire them to be teachers because we don't speak their language and they're refusing to acclimate to American culture. Why would any of these things be acceptable to anybody, Sneeko? That's my question. Why would any country sit back and allow this hostile foreign element to make inroads into their country? 1% is obviously too much. If that's how many Muslims are here right now, it's obviously too much, and we can lower He built it up entirely on his own. And it's like he never had corporate backing ever. He was never on Fox News. They would bring him on one time to try to humiliate him. He would humiliate them, and then he'd never be allowed back on, like The View or CNN or any of these other instances. So what are you talking? Like, what are they talking about? Who do they think Alex Jones is? They think he's controlled. He is the least controlled person in media, hands down. That includes Sneeko, who gets his talking points from people that are fooling him, that are tricking him, that know more than he, and are lying to him so that he can promote the Takia that is beneficial to the group that he now thinks he's a part of. Alex Jones, and Alex is like, I got work to do. And she goes like, oh yeah, sure. It's like, dude, you might be a weirdo streamer. You might be an in real life streamer that actually doesn't do anything. Do you understand that Alex Jones was just live downstairs with an entire crew while I'm upstairs with an entire crew? We've got like 15 people, all salaried, all working to get this broadcast out. We run an operation. We run a industry standard company that gets millions and millions and millions of views on a regular basis, that dominates headlines anytime Alex Jones does anything out of the ordinary or unexpected. You are all e-celebs who will be gone in a couple of years. Nobody will even know your name. You're a flash of light that will disappear, and 5 years from now, people will go, oh, I remember, I haven't heard about him. And for what is he doing these days? And nobody's going to know, because who the hell are you? You're just some streamer guy. Alex Jones is like an American legend. He's been doing this for 30 years. And like, they're rolling their eyes as he's going through. Like, we were claimed to be terrorists, like domestic terrorists. We've had FBI probes updating every single month. Every month, by law, they're required to justify their surveillance of previously InfoWars for 13 years. For 13 years, every single month, they had a meeting about how they were trying to infiltrate and surveil.
166 fucking meetings as to why they needed to surveil Alex Jones. 166 fucking meetings every month for 13 years. You make me fucking sick, bitch.
InfoWars, because of how dangerous our information is to them. Sneeko is not dangerous to anybody. He's not a threat to anybody. He's not exposing anything. He is a useful idiot for Islamic invaders that are using him. And he probably believes what he's saying. He's probably like, oh no, yeah, like we're taking over. We just want to be able to express our religion. He is a puppet. Somebody has their hand up his butt and are making him say things he doesn't even understand. Okay? So it's like the mere idea that Alex Jones would lower himself to your level to go on your show, and you're going to try to condescend to him, you new Muslim convert that doesn't even know the difference between Shia and Sunni. And then everything he asks Alex about Islam, Alex just answers it immediately. He's like, Sharia, it's the law. It's like, actually, Sharia means the law. Alex is like, I know. That's what I just said. It's just like you're arguing with a very low IQ person. He thinks he's got him on these traits. It's just pathetic. And it's a nice little reminder of like what we have here, what we've achieved here. The ankle biting, the endless ankle biting on top of the suppression from on high. And then he wants to act like we're somehow controlled or in the pocket of the powerful. You are literally a useful idiot for trillionaire Islamic regimes overseas that see you like a dumbass American falling for their tricks and making it easier for them to carry out their actual plan. Again, this is not even like debatable. Like, I just know this firsthand. Yeah. Seeing the Imam say it, hearing secondhand, I guess, from Lebanon John going to Europe, being like, yeah, they are very aware that they're taking over and they're doing it deliberately. Jesus wore robes. It's like, okay, and that was 2,000 years ago, buddy. What do you think? See, like, once again, and this was the problem. This is what Jesus talked about endlessly. Like, if you actually listen to what Jesus was saying, he was constantly going on and on about how people lost the meaning of the rituals because they thought the ritual was the whole thing. It's like, no, the ritual is supposed to be an outward expression of your internal feeling, right? If you actually feel bad about what you did and you want forgiveness and you are contrite and feel in your heart guilty for what you've done, and you're never going to do it again, then you sacrifice something as a symbol of that. But at Jesus's time, by the time it came around, it was, oh, I can sin all I want as long as I kill this chicken on the right day. I'm free to go. Well, great. So it's like, okay, the ritual is not the thing that's important. It's actually the least important part. Kind of similar.
$500 to slaughter this bull.
Or with it's like, no, you got to wear the robe clothes. You got to wear the toga. It's like, that's not actually important. That's not actually a thing that matters. That's like an outward expression of something that should matter, but it's complete. They've lost the plot. He literally thinks it's like, well, you should wear robes because they wore robes in the Jesus time. So it's like, that doesn't mean anything. What are you talking about? What is Islam does have a bunch of, like, you'll notice people from Iran never wear neckties, right? Because the necktie is supposed to be a symbol of Western imperialism and dominance or whatever. So they never wear neckties. Like they care a lot about this. In reality, what they should be caring about is the underlying values that inform the things that you wear, the practices that you carry out. Hijab would be a great example. It's not a symbol. It should be, theoretically, ostensibly, should be a symbol of, prudishness. I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. It should be a symbol that you yourself are, dedicated to God, and you want to reject all earthly desire. But that's not really how it's used, is it? It's like little girls being forced to put on a hijab, and like, I don't know if you've seen the videos. There are videos all over the place. Little girls, when they turn 11 or whatever, and it's like, we're putting on her hijab, and she's like, her tears in her eyes. She's like, I have to wear this forever. And they're like, yep, men are going to be attracted to you now, so you've got to cover yourself up, and that's absolutely why it is. And you can hear this in debates. In fact, I saw a clip from Richard Spencer, and this is another thing. Like, people who reject Christianity, they have no answer to some of this stuff. Richard Spencer, in this case, was being talked to by a Muslim who was basically like, you want your woman to be out there with cleavage so every man can, see her and be thinking about her sexually. And it's like, this is such a barbarous mindset. This is such a caveman mindset of just like, oh, it's a sexy woman, I must rape. Like, it's like, can you not control yourself? Can you not see a beautiful woman and not immediately take it to the most carnal level? Like, what are you talking about? You are incapable of controlling yourself, so you cover your women. That's a failing on your part. You're weak. You're a weak person. You should be able to see something and not like fall apart. It's like, but again, this is the false dichotomy. And Richard doesn't really have an answer. He's like, I'm a sensual guy. It's like, that's weird. Okay, cuck. It's kind of a weird way to be. I would say I'm not responsible for the inability for people around me to control their own thoughts. Like, that's entirely up to you. Like, I can drive a nice car, and I don't care that other people might see it and imagine driving in that car. They don't get in the car. It doesn't happen. I'm not going to steal my car because I'm going to protect it. It's like this idea of like, why would you drive a nice car around? Don't you know it's going to make people want to steal it? It's like, what? That's crazy. That's a crazy way of thinking. And that's the Muslim mindset. So again, it's like, oh no, this isn't the hijab isn't about oppressing women. It's about purity and keeping them pure for everybody. But then you actually ask them, and it's like, oh well, we don't want our women dressing up because it's going to make all the men lustful. We have to protect them from the men. It's like, that's crazy. That really is crazy. We never had to do that in Europe or America. We had women who would go around in bikinis and short shorts and short skirts and not be raped by a giant gang of men who all call their cousins as soon as they get their hands on a white girl. Like, this is something new to our, and it has a self-fulfilling effect, right? Once you bring in enough Muslims, even the non-Muslims will be like, I don't want to go out alone. I need a man to come with me because I'm going to be assaulted if I go out alone. Or and again, this is a phenomenon. Like, stuff like in the UK, I mean, the horror stories, again, are endless and go on and on about them. But the one that always sticks out to me is the girl who gets raped by a Pakistani guy, is dumped on the street, is like crying and bleeding, and goes to help to the first person she sees. That person happens to be a Pakistani. He rapes her, right? Because it's this idea of a woman who is sexually promiscuous is like a piece of trash. Like you don't have to think about how they feel. You don't have to understand anything about them. Like they're a piece of meat to be used. And because they're promiscuous, they've opened themselves up to that, and it's their fault for it. So that's an Islamic idea. That's an Islamic impulse that doesn't happen. That would never, ever, ever happen in Europe or America unless you were in just like the weird, like I can't even imagine. Because even in just like the worst, most crime-ridden parts of America, you see a little girl bleeding and crying, getting dumped out of a taxi. No one's like, ooh, oh, a sex doll for me. Thanks, friend. And just like picks her up and takes her. It happened like 3 or 4 times in a row to this one girl story when it first broke. That's a phenomenon that is a consequence of the lack of Muslims to have any self-control when it comes to women. And so they force their women to be covered up. Like the point of all of this is they can try to portray it however they want. Not every Muslim woman is not. You know that, right? No, they're all being oppressed by their men who will beat or behead. I mean, why is the term honor killing? Why does that exist? It doesn't exist in Christian culture, but it's a phenomenon. And hell, the Hindus do it too. Oh, but if I'm against Hindus, I mean, I love Muslims because, in India, the Muslims and the Hindus, hate each other. The Muslims and the Hindus in India are constantly fighting against each other. So if you hate Islam, I guess you love Vishnu. I guess you're okay with Indians coming in and, taking up all of our jobs with H-1B visas because, if you're against one thing, you must be in favor of their enemy, right? Because I'm retarded. I'm a retarded Sneeko type person that can't understand opposing 2 different forces that also oppose you. Yeah, I'm against Hinduism. I'm against Islam. I'm against Judaism. I'm a Christian. That means I'm a Christian. Believing and adhering to one religion means intrinsically you are not the other religions and you are actually at odds with them. Intrinsically, that's what it means to have a religion. I seem not to understand that. So every other religion is worse. Absolutely. Every other religion does not have the fundamental value that Christianity does. The primary one.
Just brushed my dog's hair, trimmed her nails, and brushed her teeth with pink Himalayan sea salt. We got some more hair to brush and some more nails to trim, and some more teeth to brush. She only lets me in a couple of strokes in, and she jerks away and eats the salt. But I'm either using baking soda or pink Himalayan sea salt that has like 30 or 50 different mineral compounds in it. They say so. All of your electrolytes. And then meat has iodine in it. But iodized putting that, which is good for you, iodine, putting that in the salt, iodide, the ionic form of iodine. They're trying to make table salt seem, really good for you. No. I mean, yeah, you need some, but the pink Himalayan salt has so many more different types of salts than just NaCl. Probably lab-made NaCl. Anyway, I don't know.
Is conversion. It's that conversion is only valid if...
So my question is, where is the iodized pink Himalayan salt or full spectrum salt? Where's the iodized full spectrum salt?
You accept it truthfully with your own heart. And this goes back to what I was talking about at the beginning of this segment, the idea of Jesus Christ's teaching that it's not good enough just to resist your temptation. You have the temptation.
Lab-made NaCl probably is bad for you, which is why they have to iodize it to counter that. But yeah. Oh, string came off. I'm gonna use the rubber band. So that's kind of funny. Kind of like they put all the vitamins and minerals in bleached flour. Bleached flour's a poison. That'll make you sick, motherfucker. So let me go ahead and put some vitamins and minerals in it so it doesn't kill you. Yeah, that's better.
Your mind. To look upon a woman with lust is just as bad as committing adultery with her. That was Jesus's lesson. And it's, it's a very similar connection you could draw to all of this.
Muslims don't have that.
What really matters. Like, to Christianity,
cover your wife so we don't all fuck her. Don't fuck somebody else's wife. What? Why are you in my country, bitch?
what actually matters to us is your soul being saved. So if I can force you at gunpoint to kneel in front of the cross and, say the Lord's Prayer, that means nothing. That means nothing, just like an unrepentant person slaughtering an animal as a sacrifice means nothing. You have to actually mean it. It actually, the only force that actually judges that is between you and God. So like, you can lie to humans, you can lie to us, but in your heart, you don't accept Jesus Christ. God knows that. So it's like, you can't force people to be Christian. You can force them to take on the actions of Christians, but you can't actually force anybody to be Christian. It's contradictory. That doesn't make any sense. And America was built on this foundation, right? You can't really force people to embrace liberty because you remove liberty with force. So you have to actually accept it. You have to genuinely and on your own volition accept these ideas and then live those ideas, or else it doesn't count. Islam is different. Islam, if they can make you say the Islamic version of the Nicene Creed, whatever their, Allah is God, whatever their little statement is, then you are essentially Islamic, right? Conversion by force is a very prominent feature of Islam since the beginning. You are lying or you're ignorant if you change your mind about if you claim that that's not true. It's absolutely true, and it's incompatible with Christianity because once again, you literally cannot force people to convert to Christianity, not in any meaningful way that actually matters to any real. Again, you can do it politically. King can convert to Christianity and force the subjects to convert, but the conversion of the heart is what actually matters to Christians, and that just cannot be forced. In Islam, it's not like that. In Judaism, they don't even allow for conversion because it's not really about spreading their religious ideas to everybody. It's about something else entirely. We can get into that later if we want to. But I do got to tell you, folks, today is one of the last days. In fact, tomorrow, let's see, Wednesday, no. So Friday, 2 days from now, will be the final day to take advantage of the crossover events that comes around about once a month.
Change that pH.
We have two different giveaways running simultaneously. So
my dog had an ear infection. I tried a couple of different things, like trying to rinse it out a little bit, saline solution. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to dump some baking soda in there because the ear stunk. The ear stunk. And that hints at bacterial or acidic environment. That was what I thought. Most kind of bodily issues are, one of the red flags is like a pH imbalance sometimes. So wherever it is in the body. And so I was like, you know what? Kind of like how I figured out how if you poke the hole in the milk cap, it'll actually stay good at room temperature for quite some time, and then you can even re-refrigerate it. Because you see the bottle blow up. It's like, what if I just never let that pressure build up? See what happens. It actually stays good longer. So it'd help in the fridge too, for sure. It would stay even longer in the fridge. Your milk would poke a hole in the cap. And so I said, this ear stinks. I bet it's acidic. I poured baking soda in it. My dog's ear. Took the smell away. Lessened it greatly. Of course, that's temporary. That amount of powder kind of dissipates or whatever. You'd shake it out eventually. And I did it again. Loaded her ear with not packing it, but for sure dumping some powder into her ear. Baking soda. Sodium bicarbonate. Very mild. Didn't even notice her ear anymore. I just looked at it. It looks pretty much normal. Her ear looks normal. It was crusty. My dog's ear was crusty and it stunk. And now it's normal because I poured baking soda in it twice. Now you know. Also, don't shoot your pets up with poison or give them sex change operations.
Once a month, we give away an awesome...
And don't give them diabetes with fake pet food. They're carnivores. Give them meat and bone. You can literally feed 3 dogs for $5 every single day. Just $5 a day, 3 dogs. That's $1.67 a dog. And you'll get a tray of chicken drumsticks with about 14 of them in there. You can even have a few. And the bones are more easily chewed and digested when they're raw. They still have all the collagen content. They don't form sharp shards. So. And still loaded with water just after boiling is also not really too sharp of shards. There's still hydrated, moist bones. And so, yeah, I don't know why people don't know. You can just feed your cat or dog meat. Even the cheap stuff like chicken, legs, drumsticks, 14 of them for $5. Like, why are you giving your pet diabetes? Have you ever used your own brain when thinking about taking care of your pets?
Car, and like every car seems cooler than the last, and this has been going on for a while, so the cars at this point are just phenomenal. And the only way to win it is by going to thealexjonesstore.com. If you go between now and Friday and make a purchase, every purchase you make, you will get 200 and...
So essentially, I raised that pH of the ear, that bacteria died. Whatever it was that was infecting my dog's ear, whether it was fungal, bacterial, probably wasn't Bill Gates viral, but
50 entries for every dollar you spend. So you only have a few days left to take advantage for that. So anything...
Probably even allowed her canine cells themselves to seal and heal the affected area with that neutralized pH. Closer to 7.
Buy from the Alex Jones store, you get entered to win the 2026 Dodge as well as the 2026 Ram 2500 Laramie, plus $20,000 in cash. Every dollar you spend gets 250 entries. That means you spend $100, you get 20.
Baking soda is basic or alkaline. People say, "Oh, alkaline." It's also called a base. Half the people spouting out the word alkaline don't know what the word base is. It's the same thing. Basicity and alkalinity are synonyms. Basic and alkaline are synonyms. However, base and maybe it's alkylil or something. I'm not sure. Maybe there isn't one. So alkaline's more a descriptor, or basicity. A basic is a descriptor and the noun itself. But alkalinity and basicity being states of being are nouns. But alkaline is definitely more of the modifier, whereas you also need to know the foundation.
1,000 entries to this. Somebody's got to win it. It's going to be somebody that goes to thealexjonesstore.com. It might as well be you. And by the way, get a free hat for the first 1,300 orders in this contest to win either of these incredible cars. And of course, you got to become a VIP member. Go to thealexjonesstore.com/Harrison to let them know who sent you. And we haven't covered it in a while. We covered it so much early on, but now we've got new viewers. It's worth reminding you to join the VIP club at thealexjonesstore.com. It costs $30 a month, but you immediately get $40 to spend at the store. So if you buy anything at the store, it really only makes sense to become a VIP member. It's like you're getting $10 off whatever purchase you make, and you can cancel it anytime. So thealexjonesstore.com/VIP or thealexjonesstore.com/Harrison to let me know who sent you. So, that means and plus you're getting the extra discount. So, for example, the shower head that we're offering, this incredible new filtering shower head, so you're not breathing in and getting soaked in all the chemicals that are in tap water. Normal price, buy this at the store, it's $140, right? Get it from the alexjonesstore.com/Harrison, you get it for even cheaper. But the VIP members get it for even cheaper than that. So I think it goes down to something like $69 as a VIP member. But if you sign up to be a VIP member, you get the $10 left. You're basically getting a $140 shower head for about $50. You're a VIP member, you spend 30, you get 40 to spend in the store. Then you get the additional discounts for the shower head as a VIP member. So really you're walking away with a $140 shower head. That's well worth it at that price. I'll probably sell out at that price. And you're getting it for like around $50 if I did my math right. So that's the time. And you're talking about 2/3 off if you're a VIP member and you get the shower head right now. So it just makes sense. It's an incredible product. I think it'd be well worth it at $140. But if you can get it for significantly less than half of that, well, why not? Right? thealexjonesstore.com/Harrison to let them know who sent you. Sign up to be a VIP member, enter to win the cars, and get the incredible products. And best of all, keep this operation rolling, dominating, expanding, and ever evolving into things that are greater than ever before.
I just hop woke companies to do this pro-freedom, pro-America stream. Pro-America's founding and founding fathers. So I just hop from woke company to libtard company to demon rat company. It's Wi-Fi to do this stream on their dime. Thank you. I just hop on anti-white company after anti-Christian company after Satanist company's fucking Wi-Fi to do this fucking stream, bitch. Fuck you.
Foreigners demanding things from us. While we're talking about, mystery meat, foreigners coming over here or being born here, streets are saying Alex Jones instantly won the debate with Sneeko after this.
Can you guess the Demtard company we're using right now? I was going to say today and right now. It kind of mixed together for a second. It happens once in a while. What's another way of saying their party? Well, the Republicans are just a feeder group to the secret slave owner, and the loudmouths are the. Oh, that's the other way around. Actually, the silent Republicans are the feeder group to the blatant enemy, and the loudmouth Democrats are the feeder group to the secret enemy, the Vatican, right? So the open enemy is Rothschild Israel or British and Dutch East India Company, rich German Nazi Zionist. So there's two camps, I believe. You got the British and Dutch East India companies with the Zionists and Nazis. That's all one group. And then you got the Vatican, which is also Italian mafia. Well, and then the other one's Jewish mafia as well, but then you got the Catholic mafia. So these are still just the two groups that took us during the Civil War, that conquered us and enslaved us, and that's who we pay our taxes to now. And that's who the cops work for and all shit, right? And for some reason, it's because we're run by foreigners. They have executive branch members working in the judicial branch and shit. And legislative branch members can actually tell them both what to do or something. It's so weird and fucked, It's fake. We need our county militias.
Yeah, look, if you were watching the chat.
So, which is also Rome. So again, I believe we're enslaved by these two groups. And the first group is made up of British East India Company, Dutch East India Company, Nazi Germany, Zionist Germany, Rothschild, Jewish Mafia. That's all one, Israel, that's all one fucking group. And then you have the other group, which is the Vatican, the Italian Mafia, Rome, the remnants of the Roman Empire. So it's still just these two fucking globalist groups trying to take away our freedoms, dog. They murdered our Federal Republic workers in Philadelphia before slandering the South. We all know slavery was ending anyway, as far as the transatlantic goes. We're all slaves now. So the African and Irish slave trade were ending anyway. The black and white slave trade were ending anyway. I'm not sure why whites keep getting slandered in this fucking shit. A lot of whites were slaves. And they took our whole country. The globalists working together. There's two groups. There's two groups which are, can each be just probably broken up into a couple or three. 4.
Out. Heavily weighted towards Alex, which is funny because it was Sneako's stream. But obviously Alex is cooler and better. Let's go to clip 22 here. This is a woman who just won in a...
But I guess now you have the newer names like the, Committee of
access a rundown happening with Iran.
Obviously, the third group, did cahoots with that first one, I think. I've narrowed our enemies down to two groups, the Democrats and the Republicans. Supposedly, the Democrats are the open enemy, but they feed you to the silent satanic enemy, the Vatican Church, the Italian Mafia, the Roman Empire. The Republicans are silent and claim to be good, but they feed you to the open blackmail upon our politicians' enemy, Israel, or the Rothschilds, British East India Trading Company, Dutch East India Trading Company. Jewish Mafia. So, in my opinion, even though they want it to appear the other way around, oh wait, something. Even though a lot of government seems to just operate on option. If they can fool us, they can get by. But the Democrats are feeding you to the fake Christian Satanists, and the Republicans are feeding you to the fake Jewish Satanists. Meanwhile, we're a Christian Crusader Knights Templar in Native American Indian country, where the whites and the Indians actually did live peacefully. They were always peaceful with one another. Now, they helped each other fight a warring tribe once in a while, but I heard the Native Americans and the white Templar Knights had secret handshakes and stuff. This is what I will talk about. 1776 was the second continuation of our revolution. We founded this land as Knights Templar, as Templar Knights, Christian Crusaders that just did the dirty work for the Vatican. And then they tried to arrest us and kill us, and they did, some of us, but the rest of us came over here. It wasn't just some king of England. No, it was the fucking Vatican, bitch. Before that. Now you're both pissed. You British businessmen and the Vatican, you're both fucking pissed. That's why you had to murder our actual government workers just before the Civil War kicked off. The transatlantic African and Irish slave trades were ending anyway. Everybody knows it. You slandered the South falsely. Got my country to commit suicide. Imagine the biggest, strongest Americans died in the Civil War. And we come from, the ones that didn't die. Some of the biggest, strongest ones also survived, but okay, whatever.
It's just another humiliation ritual for America and the Trump administration. A squadron.
But I really don't like how the Vatican and the Rothschilds annihilated Christian town after Christian town in America, blew them up, bombed them, burned them, submerged them with fake lakes reservoirs. And they're impersonating my government.
Officer identified as Navy aviator has been killed in a downed helicopter. The U.S. Navy identified the missing sailor from an emergency helicopter landing in the Arabian Sea on July 1st as the commanding officer of Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 5. Commander Gabriel Edwards vanished after the MH-60S.
Christians are about to take all the fucking countries, bitch. We're sick of you motherfuckers. If Christians want to start conquering, you better step aside. Or slit your own fucking throat, bitch.
Seahawk helicopter he was aboard went down at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, along with 3 other sailors who were subsequently rescued. Commander Gabe Edwards was the epitome of selfless leadership who dedicated himself
taking our fucking country back
for the last 20 years. Captain Matthew Lewis, commander of carrier Air Wing 7, said in a Tuesday statement,
Sick you anti-life, anti-human, anti-God's creation, motherfuckers. I hunt you.
I just, I don't want to like make light of it, but it's like, what did he die for? Oh.
I said before Facebook snatched that 17-year record of my life. I said it's just about time to start hunting Satanists.
Why are you telling his family he had to die? Why is he there in the Middle East? Why is he carrying out these dangerous missions? What is the point of this? He signed up to give his life selflessly for his fellow Americans, but his death has now been brought
out. Since Christians realize they've been lied to,
their desire to kill Lebanese people.
You bitches fuck.
So this is the tragedy of our current situation. I don't think a single Commander Gabriel Edwards is worth the state of Israel. I don't think a single Navy helicopter pilot should be sacrificed for the freedom of action of the Jewish people in the Middle East. This is disgusting.
Israel just killed my pilot.
Do you feel bad for them?
Israel just got one of my fucking pilots killed, huh? That's nothing new. When the fuck are we going to do something about it? Huh? Anyway. Trump is just working for, I guess, the British Empire, which is the British East India, Dutch East India Childs, now, only for the last 80 years, fake Israel. Trump is literally just working for a fucking company that provides government services and leases the land from Maryland and Virginia. When the fuck are we going to start talking about that shit? It's begun.
Family.
It has
I
begun.
don't want to like undercut the sacrifice. It's a big deal, obviously. Like
it has begun.
This is a big deal. This is a major sacrifice. Even one American life is worth more than the state of Israel, in my opinion. So why are we sacrificing them? He wouldn't be there if it weren't for Netanyahu's blackmail network. Jet-lagged Trump wakes up in furious mood as he torches Iran, Spain, Denmark, and NATO allies. Donald Trump derailed what was supposed to be a show of unity during the NATO summit in Turkey as he raged at allies, renewed demands to take over Greenland, and declared the Iranian ceasefire over. This week's NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, was meant to be a show of strength and unity, but Donald Trump derailed the two events with rage-filled remarks that simultaneously reignited the conflict in the Middle East. The U.S. president didn't hold back as he reiterated his frustration at NATO on Wednesday, complaining that member countries have not treated us right, calling out France, Germany, Italy, and the UK specifically before, which I assume is just because Spain didn't allow America or Israel to use their bases to carry out strikes against Iran. They didn't feel like participating, and they have spoken up pretty strongly against Israel in the past. So obviously,
the farce of the Statue of Liberty.
We have to sever our ties with them. If you disrespect Israel, it's America.
And that smells good.
Making the price. Which again is why I'm very suspicious.
That sequoia bark smells so good. It's just like incense. It stays smoldering.
I don't think this is a America first, America hoorah, we're going to show
it so good.
I think this is the next step in the total destruction of Europe by the globalists who brought in the Muslims, who created the entire, world order where America was in charge of providing defense for the entire Western world. Like, Europe didn't necessarily set that up. That was mostly America after World War II, when we had carte blanche to remake the constitution of half of the European states, and we prevented them from defending themselves because we didn't trust them to build up an army. Germany obviously has happened after World War I. They ignored it, so the second time around, we guaranteed that they wouldn't be. So I think that this is just an attack on Europe. I think the Muslims immigration is an attack on Europe, and I think this is the next step. Is basically going, well, they're Muslim countries now, so we're going to abandon and destroy them, even though there are heartland, there are our ancestral lands. I don't hate Europe. I don't want to see Europe destroyed. I want to see Europe survive and flourish. To see them expel the Muslims that have been brought in and not be subject to the whims of Trump or his Israeli masters. Trump cuts off all trade with terrible NATO partner Spain. Again, at the behest of Israelis. What other reason would there be? It's not. Trump says ceasefire with Iran is over, calling its leaders, quote, scum. Great, very adult. Trump says he'll remove Syria from the state sponsor list of state sponsor of terrorism list now that a former Al Qaeda terrorist runs the country. Because I mean,
and after he slaughtered a bunch of Christians and Druze. Fuck you, Trump.
Syria is like the best example where like you had a Western educated Alawite moderate leader, but because he didn't like Israel, because he didn't play along with Israel's genocidal takeover plan of the entire Middle East, and we ousted him, put a literal terrorist in charge who has carried out pogroms routinely ever since he got back in. He is a radical Muslim. He does make his wife wear a veil and stand behind him, unlike...
I hope you're placating to Israel to finally break their fucking control over us, but I feel like you work for the same damn company.
Bashar al-Assad, who's...
You simply work for a corporation out of Rome and the former British Empire.
Wife was basically as Western as Melania, at the very least. But somehow they're the good guys and Bashar al-Assad's the bad guys. Like when you understand the only dichotomy is pro-Israel or against Israel, that everything else is jokes, right? The Sunnis in Saudi Arabia are the extremist faction of Muslims. They are the ones who run the, madrasas in Europe that fed soldiers into ISIS. Like they're actually the extremist bad guys, much more so than the Shia. But the Shia are the ones who are effectively organizing against Israel. So we have to go to war with Iran. It's all manipulation, right? The only thing that matters to the people in charge is what is good for Israel. And if Bashar al-Assad is bad for Israel, then he's an evil guy that needs to be ousted. Bring in the head-chopping ISIS commander. That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense until you understand that the actual dichotomy is he's a slave for Israel because he's ISIS, because ISIS was always in service of the Greater Israel Project. It was created after Israel tried and failed to invade Lebanon because they wanted a force to attack Lebanon from the north and they wanted to take out Syria. So they created ISIS, or rather the CIA-funded moderate rebel groups that just so happened to crop up everywhere that ISIS was. So until, we as Americans can see through the deception and, look past the shiny lights and the Wizard of Oz display and see the crooked little man behind the curtain making all the decisions, then we're just going to be stuck in this ridiculous nonsense forever. Strikes Iran, Tehran strikes back, peace negotiations abandoned, more strikes expected. Again, we were happy, we were thrilled. Trump himself was celebrating the end of this conflict, and it would have gone smoothly if it weren't for Israel bombing Lebanon. All of this, the new conflict, the new bombing of Iran, the death of the peace process, the radicalization of Iran and the greater power than ever that they wield in that country. This is all a consequence of Israel being unwilling to just stop murdering Lebanese people. If they had just stopped, they could have just paused. They could have just said, you know what? All right, we'll stop bombing high rises in Beirut for 48 hours and we would have had peace. But they didn't want to do that. So we're going back to war. Really not that complicated. And they're, of course, setting up for Turkey to be the next boogeyman, and that could not be more obvious. Iran's regime is now stronger than before Trump's war. From the Telegraph, it was only 3 weeks ago that Trump sat in the mirrored splendor of the Palace of Versailles and signed a memorandum of understanding designed to end his war with Iran. Now he's declared the agreement to be over and denounced the Iranian signatories as scum, liars, and sick people, and the hard reality that no one should be surprised. Well, it, of course, was entirely contingent on Israel not bombing Lebanon, something they refused to do. So it was never actually a memorandum of understanding because America was never capable or willing to uphold our end of the bargain and stop Israel from carrying out a genocide. So that's what all this is about. and Israel is very concerned about us selling F-35s, but this seems to be a pressure tactic anyway, where we're telling them we're either going to give Turkey F-35s or you have to withdraw from Lebanon.
Trim my dog tail.
How about we just give the F-35 to Turkey? And then we give a nuclear bomb to Iran, and then we eradicate Israel. And then we go back where we were 126 years ago with peace in the Middle East before Israel arrived and caused literally every problem from then till now. Yeah. What if we eradicate Israel as a, nation state? I don't care what happens to the people. They can leave, they can stay, whatever, it doesn't matter. But the political organization needs to be eradicated completely, fully, resolutely, and brutally, I might add. And then and only then will America be able to stop starting wars that don't serve us. The Middle East can go back to where it was before the Israelis arrived, which was basic peace. And, it's just sort of a backwater place of the world that nobody thought about very much till the Israelis arrived, started killing everybody, and kicked off this whole ridiculous nonsense.
You okay?
My suggestion is arm Turkey with everything you've got. Why not? They already hold our nuclear weapons, don't they? They're already members of NATO, aren't they? You think if Israel attacked Turkey, wouldn't that be funny? Would that be something? We'd see a lot of confusion about Article 5 of the NATO treaty, considering the fact that we all have to go to war with Russia, even though Ukraine is not a NATO member. It'd be interesting to see if a non-NATO member like Israel attacked a NATO member. I think
buy oil from ISIS when we were like, why is Turkey and NATO if they're going to, finance ISIS through oil sales and purchases? So I think Turkey's kind of in a bad spot, to be honest. The right between Ukraine and Israel, who have a lot more in common than you think. So I'd love to hear what you have to say about that and your analysis about this being a loss for Sneeko. It's definitely on the nose. Sneeko got crushed, like Ultimate Warrior crushed Honky Tonk Man.
Well, and you know what's funny? The crew was bringing up as you were talking a picture Sneeko posted of Alex like freaking out and Sneeko sitting calmly. It's like, you understand he's mocking you, right? Like Alex Jones was not actually freaking out. He's not actually like, dang it, Sneeko here. He's like mocking you. He's like being and mocking you because he doesn't take you seriously because he thinks you're a joke because he's not actually, it doesn't feel the need to even like respond in a real way. You're not actually like opponent to debate. You are an enemy to mock. So yeah, he thinks that makes him look good. Alex was literally just like messing with you for the last second half of the debate. Sneeko, you lost it in the first 20 or 30 minutes, and the rest of it was Alex just having fun and entertaining all of us, which you seem incapable of doing. You take yourself too seriously, which is another funny part of all of it. When it comes to Turkey, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Turkey. One of the first things I made for InfoWars was a segment called Turkey is an Islamic Caliphate in all but name, because if you watch Erdogan's career, and especially the fake like coup that they carried out in like 2018, he was on the plane and he's like Skyping in. Basically, Turkey was founded after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. You had the Young Turks and you had Ataturk, who was basically their version of George Washington, and he set it up deliberately so that Turkey's army was shielded from Islamic influence. And they wanted it to be this way, and it was like the Turkish army is the backstop. They do not get into the interpersonal Muslim extremists because, honest Muslims that are just like actually statesmen and trying to, found a country in the early 1900s, they didn't have the Sneeko lie of like, no, we're all Muslims are all great together, and it has nothing to do with controlling a government. They understood if we don't have very strict backstops to the Islamification of our government, then it will very quickly become a battleground between Shia and Sunni factionalism, which will all use the army to try to eradicate their enemies in the homeland. And that can't happen. So we're going to have a nationalistic government, a nationalistic army that serves the people of Turkey regardless, and we're going to just, in a very severe and strict way, keep Islamic influence out of the army. Now, Erdogan basically systematically unwound that and undid that, and is slowly but surely, increased the influence of his particular brand of Islam into Turkey. So, and Turkey, of course, is behind a lot of the invasion of Syrians. They were the conduit. They were the ones who, like in the video that we showed, the Israelis welcoming the Syrians to Greek shores. Well, they all left from Turkish shores originally and were ferried across by the Turkish Navy. So I'm not even like a fan of Turkey. Turkey is the biggest army on mainland Europe, and they serve a very important, historical point. And they still, to this day, serve as this bridge between the Middle East, Asia, and Europe, and they play that very well. They're a member of NATO, but they're Islamic. They're, not enemies with Israel, but they're certainly not friends. It's all very kind of like confusing once you get up there. But the other thing that I always think of when it comes to Turkey is, of course,
you're gonna bite it right in front of my face.
Prophecy that says
as soon as I throw it, he's gonna catch it, and slobber's gonna flap into my fucking face.
Russia and Turkey,
so let's not do that.
Very, very old enmity between them, with basically the Turkish takeover, the Ottoman Muslim takeover of Constantinople, turning it into Istanbul, forcing the Orthodox Church to flee. They made their new homeland in Moscow, which is like the third Rome. So there's always this sort of impetus from Russians that like we should take Turkey back over. And of course, the prophecy says there will be a nuclear exchange between Russia and Turkey. And we seem to be heading towards that just a little bit. We got some clips from Erdogan here. He made statements at this NATO summit, the one that we're talking about, Trump being out. Let's go to clip 33 here first. This is Turkish President Erdogan on Lebanon and Gaza. This is subtitled here.
Barış umutları.
Dang it, we gotta get this translated. My bad. But I do have the statements that he made. But essentially, he is saying that, you know, they have to solve this disagreement in the water with Greece. He also has said that Trump has adopted a positive attitude towards Turkey regarding the F-35 issue. God willing, when the F-35s are delivered to Turkey, the whole world will say the U.S. has kept its word. He's more optimistic about Trump keeping his word than most people. That sounds like a threat to me. It's like, yeah, when they deliver the 35s, everyone will realize America keeps its word. Basically going, you know, you people have lost a lot of trust across the world by allying with Israel, and you keep, you know, like killing the negotiator you're supposed to be negotiating with, or you sign this memorandum of understanding and then pretend not to know what's in it, and allow Israel to keep bombing Lebanon. Like, we keep, on behalf of Israel, we keep betraying our partners, betraying negotiations.
I only got pissed off at my own memory loss. That she's going to try to bite any food out of the air that flies by her head. I was trying to throw it to the other dog, and she kept either eating it out of the air or smacking it out of the air by trying to.
And we're deeply untrustworthy at this point. So Erdogan is basically going, but if you fulfill this F-35 order, then that might be a mark in your
So I'm actually only mad at my own memory loss.
favor, which you really need right now because you have all these marks against you. So he, you know, he knows the role he's in, and he's you know, playing it fairly well. The long-term, you know, strategy from Israel and America would not be to do anything with Erdogan. They know Erdogan is getting up there in age, and so what they're almost certainly doing is planning for his replacement, and they'll try to bring in somebody who is,
yeah, we're gonna boil hot dogs or roast them. Roast them.
Either a lot more Islamic in order to basically create the conditions in which Turkey does become the next Iran, in order to validate, you know, that strategy that they're already pursuing, or they'll try to bring in somebody who is a lot more Zelensky-like, who will be a slave of the EU, NATO, and Israel. Erdogan is a smart dude.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
You know, playing it both ways, and it may be up to him to determine, you know, his succession plan and how successful that will be. But if I was Israel and America, it's not. This isn't something they're trying to get done right now. This is something they're laying the groundwork to come to fruition maybe 5 to 10 years from now, when Erdogan is being replaced. So again, remember, these people think in, you know, generational timetables. So don't think that just because they're starting to talk about Turkey right now, we're going to be going to war with Turkey in 2 years. They're laying the groundwork now so that they can manipulate the Turkish population, likely following Erdogan's death. Maybe before. We'll see. So that's my take on Turkey. We'll be back with more. The other side, final segment, starts in about 3 minutes. We'll take your calls. We got Jason.
No.
For people.
A microscopic tag being planted in a person's body to track his every. But there's actual discussion of that. BOs called unidentified bright objects.
Stop it! Stop it!
To determine whether a person is lying, following your behavior. Not the brain that's susceptible to a particular kind of manipulation.
So the point is, they've been obsessed with this. It's going on. COVID shots implanted the matrix, graphene oxide to grow. It's now being scanned. It's now being read. It's 30 years ago. The revolution's already here, is what you're saying, Jesse Beltran.
These are just chips on a size that you can no longer see their name size. It's 2,000 times of which we don't know. The graphene oxide, the silicon-based materials that you know for a fact.
Love it.
Postulates some contract with 515 to that 10 talk with trillion robots and all.
Please, the fuck.
Students how to once they're in a host, how with our
and 21 years ago. Oh yeah, we're doing scans. We find all these chips. 20 years ago.
Excuse my language. Excuse my language. Irritation. She's like kind of cute.
Or 6 months ago or more.
Downtown Spicy Brown. Is there white human Christian meat in the hot dogs? After the Jewish guy admitted in Shabbat, they capture a white person, take him to a synagogue basement, kill him, watch him die, drain their blood, or watch them die from draining their blood, whatever. And then they eat the blood with Passover bread. But then they send the extra meat to butcher shops, sausage makers, hamburger makers, McDonald's. Bar ass hot dogs taste like human or some shit. Taste nasty as fuck. The Nathans, and they're straight pink. The Nathans are more of a brown, and I mean the beef hot dog. Plus, is it the kosher one? I don't know. It looks so much different. So it makes me want to puke thinking about this. This fucking slime ball. Is this made out of white people? Is this made out of white Christians from a Shabbat? Take the one made out of a fucking cow. My founding father's favorite food. The animal my grandfathers built this country with. Tastes way fucking different. Ooh, sorry, let's got a bunch of stuff on it now. Hold on. Oh shit. Hold on. You don't want that. Damn. So what's up? Almost there. Let's play the fucker saying it. Thousands of years. This is the Jewish way.
For thousands of years, down to a time. We open, which is the white race, and the payments in the synagogue, in the blood, watch him die there. We make it with a Passover. And so we eat the blood of our enemy. And the body, we give them to the slaughterhouses. Those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger. Why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the going on, and tell people, you don't believe it.
You still only gonna show this? You still just showing this to one person, Rumble? Yeah? Okay. Good for you. YouTube doesn't want anybody to know about it or what? So the catacomb, the human skeletons underneath the churches. Is that from sacrificing white people? The enemy of the Jew, from what he just said? Why does he think I'm his enemy? Or do you think I'm the Jew? I've never fucking known anything about Jews, bitch. Only fucking thing I learned about Jews is that they had a fucking menorah that burned for a while one time. Had a fucking oil candle that burned for a while. I don't know shit else about Jews, dumbass bitch. I will beat the fuck out of you if anybody ever tries to fucking slander me. as having ever caused a fucking problem in this bitch. Stupid motherfuckers. Tired of whoever the fuck I am getting slandered, bitch. Ugh. Whose fucking ass do I have to kick at the top? Oh. Well, golly gee. Well, shucks. Well, sheesh Louise. Sheesh Louise. Well, sheesh Louise. Let's see here. The internet's poor right now. Huh. Supposed to be cooking these hot dogs anyway. Got a better solution for you, girl. Leave with me now, say the word and we'll go. I'll be your teacher, I'll show you the ropes. You'll see a side of love you've never known. I can going down. And the homosexual version, or just the Indian version of the song. My head, I see poo all over me. In my head, poo fills my seas in my head. That's what a faggot or somebody in India would say. In my head. You guys need some water. Hey, pull that water up for you. Where are you hogging it? Veteran. Baby dog. When does the Crusader get to do what he was? Like whiten his teeth. When do the Christians get to take their nations back? I need an answer. The fuck is checking on my location, bitch? Thought I took that shit off. Let me guess, it's somebody hiding behind the guise of Find My iPhone. How about this? Privacy and security, location services off. None of you motherfuckers. Stop checking on my shit, bitch. Somebody's always hiding behind the guise of Find My iPhone. Just fucking letting you know. Seeing where you are. Who gives a fuck, pussy bitch? Come say something to my face, motherfucker. Mono im. Or Treno Imano. Fuck with me, bitch. Who's in Antarctica? Do we really still have somebody in Antarctica calling themselves Lucifer King of the World? I'd like to smack some sense into it. Somebody give me a ride to Antarctica. Hopefully that makes the difference. Somebody give me a ride to Antarctica. Why don't you want us to have our actual Christian Bible, actual Christian map, actual Christian artwork, statues, paintings, whatever? Why don't you want us to have our actual Christian architecture? Knights Templar churches built everywhere that you just keep destroying. You already removed the contents of the cornerstone. Fakely put your fucking emblem on it and shit, bitch. This is a Christian and Indian nation. You're good, you're good. Hey. Tyler Robinson is cooked that says, yeah, right. Please, please, you're good. Thank you. Good girls. Oh. Oh. Well, let's just hang it up here. Let's just see if it connects up here then. Here's that's the hook and string technique. This is the hook and rubber band technique. You just have to make little cutout notches in your phone case. Genius. So what is this showing a wide view or a tall view right now? I'm seeing both versions. And does it change now? Because now I'm seeing two versions of upright. But when I close this out, if I were to close that out, then because look, this is so there's that. I don't know if that helps. It's into a paradox or something. That gets into some kind of oxymoron paradox or some shit. I don't know, man. I'm just playing around. Let's see here. Maybe this will stay here. It'll just sit up there. Shabbos goy, able to be Shabbated. According to them, we're able to be drained of our blood in a synagogue basement, have our blood eaten with Passover bread, and then they send our bodies to McDonald's or sausage or burger patty maker. Is that loving? And is that the kind of behavior? Is that the type of people that our Constitution was made for? Immoral and religious? Draining the blood of a white in a synagogue basement and drinking it with some Passover bread. Draining the blood of a white child. Draining the blood of a white child. That's right. And eating that with Passover bread. That's what they do. Like, don't take it from me. Listen to a guy saying it. It's right here. Listen to the guy who he says you're not even gonna. No, nobody's still gonna even think this. Even when I admit it to you, nobody's gonna think this is going on.
Down to is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogue where we the blood and watch them die there, mix it with the Passover bread. So we blood of our enemy. And the body, give them to the slaughterhouses. And those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger. And that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the boys are really eating the children. And even when we say this, and tell you people, you don't believe it. Doing this, but now
Scary, huh? There. Let's see. Maybe this. I don't know. There's so many options. This cool setup. Didn't click on that. Even when we tell you people. What? Are they trying to get busted now?
for thousands of years. Which is the white race. And we bring them to the basement in the synagogue where we get the blood and watch them die there, mix it with a Passover. So we the blood fire, we give them to the slaughterhouse, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we make those the most popular thing for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the really eating the children. And when we say this, and tell you people, you don't believe it. But then, but now,
Is that why the meat packing is done by those three companies primarily run out of China? Is that why they're accepting the white Christian babies from the Jewish Shabbats? Or maybe that's a different ritual. Maybe it's a different. I wouldn't want to slander Shabbat now, would I? Let's play it again.
right? And we bring them to the basement in the synagogue where we drain the blood and watch them die in. We mix it with a Passover bread. And so we eat the blood of our enemy. We give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we make those the most popular things, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the boys out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this, it's telling people, you don't believe it. Without
Oh, even when he tells us, we don't believe him. Well, I guess this one's kosher and this one's not. And so one of them has white children in it and the other one doesn't. Let's check it out.
thousands of years, and down to we take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogue where we in the blood and watch them die there. We mix it with a Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemy. And we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the boys out here are really eating their children. And when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. On this, without
If I am Jewish, it's because my great grandmother was taken from her parents in Germany and put into an orphan asylum. Why? That's what I'd like to know. Why? Why were people's children being taken from them and redistributed? The leading hypothesis theory is that the parents weren't going along with the reset, so they got put into the other asylum. You want to tell us what you did to our great great grandparents?
down to the children of which is the big race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogue where we
Of course, we'll have 16 great great grandparents, and then for 8 great great grandmothers. But so 2 of my great great grandparents were German, but were they Jewish German? I don't know. I just heard they were German. And she was raised as a Christian American. My great grandmother. She was a German orphan, raised full Christian American, as was my grandmother and my mother and me. Aye. And that's just one of the 8 great grandparents, offspring of your 16 great great grandparents. That's just one of the 8 people that you're actually made out of. And so another 8 is full-blooded Cherokee, or I guess my great grandmother was half. So one of my great great grandmothers, full-blooded Cherokee, sent on the Trail of Tears, most likely, or her father was. Maybe she was. And another one of the 16 great great grandparents, or 2 of them, were abducted and had their kids taken from them in Germany. I'm obviously not your average white guy. But I ain't no fucking sand nigger, bitch. Stop calling all Jews Semites. If some of us are white Jew, stop calling us Semites. Anyway, I'm just as much Cherokee Indian as I am German, which everybody else, everybody's like, oh, you Jewish, oh, you're Jewish. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? But I think there's Native American on my mom's side too, so yeah, I think it's also, or I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, so her husband, so the German orphan lady married a giant Dutchman and had my grandma, who got with what looked like some Native American, Irish, Italian, Englishman. I'm just kind of guessing. I don't know what his, but I have a picture of him, and he kind of looks Irish, Italian, and Indian, a little bit Native American, little bit beady eyes, but huge jaw and fucking muscles on his fucking mandible. So I don't quite know what he was, but he had some big ass hands and a big ass chin. But also, so I'm blessed on both sides of my mom's family, her parents, big strong men, as far as I know. I mean, little German lady might be Jewish only because she was stolen from her parents or something. I don't know, man. I'm just like, how do I get this nose, you know? But then again, this is also a Slavic nose. This is also Slavic. And a bunch of Native American Indians have big ass prominent noses. So do Australian Aborigines. Of course, theirs are whiter, but tons of Wichita Indians, Sedgwick Indians, Kansas Indians, big ass curved noses, just like mine. So this could just be a fucking Cherokee nose. Who knows? But yeah, I am Washita Sedgwick Kanza. White Christian, Kansan American. Kanza is Kansas, but that's the Native American pronunciation of it. Or there was a tribe named Kanza, which Kansas is named after. Which, realizing that is the only way you can be comfortable with pronouncing Arkansas, Arkansas, when you know that there might have been a tribe called Arkansas. Kanza and Arkansas. Like Dakota and Lakota. Something. I guess kind of like that. But yes, I'm Washita Sedgwick Kanza. 3 different Indian tribes that my home is named after. Wichita, Sedgwick, Kansas. Washita Sedgwick Kanza. I hope you feel the same about yourself if you were born here. And you honor, like, fuck starting meetings and speeches with, we're standing on the land of blah, 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 blah. But then they fought and took it from this tribe, and that tribe enslaved this tribe, but this tribe slaughtered all these motherfuckers and took their scalps to get some gold before the white man ever got here to claim the land. So what the fuck is this dumb commie dyke bitch talking about? What's this fucking kike saying? Let's see. And you get Kike, or more accurately, Keich, just like Reich. because Nazis and Zionists are one and the same. Think about what they might have done to my great-great-grandparents.
Yeah, we make it with a Passover. So we love our enemies.
Start of
But the thousands of years, and down to 800, we take the children of, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basement in the synagogue, where we the blood of God there, make it with a Passover. So we love our enemies. We come to the slaughter.
and the Jews that actually love God in the past, I guess that maybe I don't know how many of them are even left on this earth. Probably in Russia they exist, and that's about it. Because there are Jews that will take a bullet for the motherland, but not for Israel. So if one of my 8 great grandparents was an orphan from Germany, she could have been one of what they would actually refer to as God's chosen people. And her family was slandered and slaughtered by Satanists or the Baal Jews. Because we all know originally there were Yahweh or God loving Jews, and then there's Baal or Satan loving Jews. And apparently he's the Baal Satan type that seems to have all the money and stuff. Let's check. Let's hear what he's saying again.
Thousands of years, and down to 800.
Again, I was always told she was German. I ain't never know shit about Jews until I started watching Alex Jones. All of a sudden, everything's about Jews and Jews and Jews. What the fuck? And then I'm like, wait, people have called me Jewish before. And then, like, you hear about the nose. So you mean to tell me I'm in the Khazarian mafia and didn't know it? I'm one of these rich motherfuckers controlling the world, and I've been living in my car for 3 years with my dogs? What? I've been begging for somebody to send me $5 on Rumble, streaming every day for a couple years now, and nobody ever has. Nobody's ever sent me a fucking dime. My uncle one time sent me $10 because I said he must have been watching me. I guess I said I was having a nicotine fit. I was starting to rage. Didn't have any, because I'm a real American. See, Americans founded this land, farming tobacco, coffee, marijuana, ranching cattle, horse. I need my nicotine. I need my coffee, tobacco, and marijuana. And there's nothing you can fucking do to stop me from getting it. I'm tired of the Satanists thinking they run my state and shit, bitch. How fucking dare you also make CBD illegal? You're disgusting, you fucking big pharma dick sucker. I speak to my state legislators. By the way, read my description. As soon as I'm governor, every one of us is going to be able to farm as much tobacco, coffee, and marijuana as our hearts desire. In your home, in Wichita, in the farm right outside of town, on the other side of the state, no matter where you go in Kansas, you're going to have locally grown coffee, tobacco, and marijuana under my governorship. Executive order, day 1, hour 1. Write me in for governor. Fuck Philip Sarnacki or whatever the fuck his name is. I saw a sign for somebody. I don't give a fuck who else is running for governor. Write in James Lee Gillenwater. Skip everyone on the ballot and write James Lee Gillenwater. We're going to make our state so attractive. People are coming from all around the world. Our farmers are going to shoot down chemtrail sprayers. They're sterilizing us, mutating our DNA, poisoning us with heavy metals, poisoning our tap water, killing our insects, killing our birds. Our farmers are going to shoot them down with shoulder fire rocket. under my fucking governorship. So skip everyone else's name on that list. Do not vote for Philip Sarnacki. Vote for James Lee Gillenwater. Thank you. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Which is the right way. Now, bring up to the basement in the synagogue, where we in the blood, and watch him die there. We mix it with a Passover bread. So we use the blood fire.
Guarantee the motherfucker ain't gonna let you farm coffee, tobacco, and marijuana like I am. Right, James Lee Gillenwater in for the governor of Kansas. Everyone you fucking know is gonna love you for it.
We go up to the slaughterhouses, and those are opposite towns and towns of sneak that we grind up, and the sausage.
Organic American tobacco is not bad for you. We all know they started putting chemicals in it. If they say it's bad for you, it must be good for white people. That's what I'm gonna go with now.
Was the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the folks are really eating the children. And before we say this, right, it's nice and people, you don't believe it. But now, I want to bring down.
Philip isn't gonna shoot down the CIA and DARPA poisoners from above. I am. Philip isn't gonna ban poison shots. Philip isn't gonna start calling nurses, doctors, and the parents letting them do it pedophiles, rejecting babies with poison, and attempted murderers and murderers. Philip ain't gonna do that. I don't think anybody else running for governor is gonna do that. I am. Abortion ban day one. I am. Satanism banned from the Capitol. I. Nude. Here's one. Nude beaches and lakes, 18 plus. I'm all for that. All around the state. People are going to come from all around the world to Kansas under my governorship.
Take you are Central Texas Command Center. Resistance. To Alex Jones.
Fuck the whole world. Celebrate as much as he should. People that want to have Western civilization continue on and want planet not to be destroyed in nuclear war. Right? Well,
Take you are the Central Texas Command Center and the heart of the resistance. You're listening to Alex Jones.
Yeah. 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 This is distilled water. Make sure you drink distilled water because you don't know what the fuck they're putting in it. Even this has microplastics, right? Idiots be like, don't drink distilled. It doesn't have any electrolytes in it. You're relying on a bottled water company for your health? Do you even know what an electrolyte is? Have some pink Himalayan salt with your distilled water. Watch this. I just got all the electrolytes I need. Now I can have crisp, clean, fresh, pure water. Yes. And I know how much. Now I'm the one who's managing my electrolytes. What a thought. That salt's good. Most of us are deficient in proper salt. Ah. The fucking Wichita Police Department officer put me down as a Mexican. Put me down as a Mexican when I was wrongfully arrested in my own home for defending myself. But they got my social wrong too. But so that's and they didn't read. Did he read me my rights? I don't remember that. I know they didn't this last time, but it might have been a detaining or a holding. It's still an arrest. Got my Kansas Bar Association complaint form sent in. Got my FBI report turned in.
Fingers July 4th.
Couple dates that I think. Meanwhile, they're part of the fake fucking federal government, which they're gonna act like they're working for you just enough to not get called out on being completely false. Sometimes they'll help people. Are all public politics fake? And the 2,500 billionaires are dictating all policy? And all the lawmakers and judges just suck their dicks? And the cops suck their dicks? And eat their pussies? And so all public politics are actually fake? Or will you skip everyone? Will you skip everyone else on that ballot and write James Lee Gillenwater in? Just one person watching from who knows where. Tell somebody in Kansas to write me in, baby. Rumble and YouTube are never going to promote me. I actually know how to fix this country. We need our county militias. Everybody knows that's the answer. Judges don't screw over Americans when we have our county militias. Cops don't screw over Americans when we have our county militias. Fake legislators don't make bullshit laws when we have our county militias. And that's final. There's 105 of them in Kansas. We have 105 lazy sheriffs in Kansas and 3,244 lazy sheriffs in the United States of America, including the land leased to the Governmental Services Agency by Maryland and Virginia, D.C., and other territories around the world. And you still just want to show this to one person. Rumble and YouTube are both so full of shit. It's fucking ridiculous.
Of, like it's like when I got married, when I had kids, and then when Charlie died, it's like the world is just different now. It's just a different world.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
All of that
I hope he's still alive. I hope he's still alive. And that faggot's just puking out of his cocksucker again.
How old were you?
I wouldn't necessarily attribute
Well,
it
when
that to
it has to do with a Muslim grooming gang, maybe he should be a little more careful.
just saying that, like, don't attribute that.
Not to mention he's received tens of thousands of dollars from the Tate brothers. That's
It's crazy. All this matter.
We have 50 lazy governors.
It's almost time to get unregistered vehicle.
I can't fucking believe we have 50 lazy fucking governors.
Hey, Michael. Salty of wanna arrests. Here's the t-shirt idea. Salty of wanna arrests. Thank you, Hedge.
I'd make more progress. Put post-it notes on people's fucking doors. If I really want to be governor, I'd make more progress putting a sticky note on every door in every neighborhood. Then streaming on Rumble, hoping that whoever the fucking Beijing or Istanbul who's watching this is going to make me the governor of Kansas. No, I don't think that's going to happen. But I'll tell you, that fucking list of executive orders is sick, isn't it? Anybody running for governor in any state can do that. I challenge you to. It's in my description. It's in the description. Check it out.
Dogs would bring the shit to proper head. Deus fault. Not anything out of the box. Anything out of the box. Clip that for the next.
I'm going to make copies of my executive order list. And then, James Lee Gillenwater for governor. Executive orders day one. You got the no's and the yeses. And then I'm gonna be able to fit that on a card and just stick it on doors, stick it in public places. I'm gonna campaign for governor hard as fuck. And I'm gonna win. I have a feeling somebody's gonna deem me unelectable. But it's up to us to not allow them to do that. Yeah, I guess I actually have to be likable and get a few people on my team.
A hearing. So the only way these lip tarts are ever going to get they is not for me if they pride for my cold dead hands.
We will not let them state surrect us or fed surrect us.
That's take us me. Oh Jesus. Okay, Marcy, thank you, brother. Yeah, the only way they'll take days full only after they pull it from my cold dead. Mercenary, stop. Fucking person. We hear you. We understand what you're saying.
American Christians, or Christians in general, are the biggest threat to the globalists, to the bankers, to the world traders. They fear us so much. They got to get the Jews, the Muslims, The diehard Catholics, and the Chinese communists, all subverted into trying to get rid of American Christians, Christians, and white people, and black people. So American Christians and other Christians. Christians are so strong and so feared by Satanists. They all hate each other, yet they're teaming up to try to beat us. We're about to hit back. I just know it. We Christians, we actual Christ followers, not Schofield Bible, whoever's elected in Israel is my hero. But we actual Christians are going to fucking hit back.
I love this chat. This chat here, we consume the most fucking alcohol. There's no other chat out there. We are constantly getting super chats that you gotta put your fucking beer goggles on to read, and that's fine. Listen, God bless you. God bless you guys. Just don't drive, all right? Don't drive and don't bang ugly chicks while drunk, all right? Careful out there. So we have got a very clear attack going on this country, foreign invasion, a lot of gimme that. A lot of gimme that. Don't drive and salt. Big tell, yeah. Yeah. An illegal alien. Just do we know that he's an illegal alien? The guy who ran over the ICE officer. A goofball ran over an ICE officer yesterday, got fucking shot in the stomach. Die! Oh no, guys. I need a sad violin. Somebody quick, give me a sound effect of a sad violin. I want to say it was an illegal alien. I'm not quite sure. Let's say it was. Illegal alien. ICE is pursuing him, jumps in his car, tries to run over an ICE officer. I think he hits the ICE officer. ICE officer pulls the gun out, shoots him in his fucking stomach, and he dies. Good. I mean, so what's the alternative here? We let you run over law enforcement? We let you try to murder law enforcement? We're not playing that game. Fuck you. You look, you only got shot once. I guess it doesn't mention that. But, hey, man. Let them run you over. No. No. And it's brought to you by...
When people see, wait, I won't have to pay any more fees or register to go fishing, camping, hunting. It's like, well, we might still register, but no pay. You don't have to pay to eat. There needs to be an option in my state where you can eat without having to fucking pay Chinese paper stamped at a private Jewish company for it. Federal Reserve notes. So anyway, no more fees for hunting, camping, fishing. And I can grow as much coffee, tobacco, and cannabis as I want. No more fees for camping, hunting, and fishing, but no poaching either. You're still going to get checked on by the game warden. And the farmer's going to shoot down the sky sprayers. We're going to have our God-given weather back. Except that which hopefully Oklahoma, Missouri, Colorado, Nebraska don't heavily spray their border so it goes over onto us. Because it might be time for an invasion if they do that. If you invade my state with poison, I'm going to make a buffer zone. Woo! It might be time for a special military operation if you chemically attack or biologically attack my state anymore under my governorship. I can't wait to fucking catch you satanic bastards. Every form of Satanist is getting caught under my governorship. That's anybody who's against God's beautiful creations. And that's it. It's actually, everybody who's a Christian's like, oh, good. That's what I want. In fact, every regular, moderate, God-loving Jew and Muslim as well, and every sane atheist is going to be like, wait, we're not going to be poisoned anymore and I can grow marijuana, coffee, and tobacco? Yes! Elect James Lee Gillenwater.
This what a wild
One person.
What a wild.
I don't know who you are. Might be my dad.
Hi,
Dad.
Judge over here, and
Hi, Dad.
is going to take. Is it 2 illegal aliens?
Somebody's laughing their ass off. I hope.
Is it 1 illegal?
That's terrible. You only show this to one person. You're full of shit, bitch.
A judge.
You are not a platform.
She says, look, she goes, hey, man, ICE is down the hallway. ICE is down the hallway. How is that a not obstruction of justice? I'm drunk too.
Rumble and YouTube are fake speech platforms. I mean, for instance, I can step out of my car right now and more people will hear me than anybody watching this show right now or watching it up to this point later. I can make more progress if I just shut the fucking phones off. I see the real grassroots level and how the speech platforms are just a way for them to keep tabs on you. Oh, that's what he's talking about, and there's where he's doing it. Let's just not show it to anybody. Those who started Rumble were told, well, why don't you just start your own YouTube? I guess I'll start my own Rumble.
So she says, law enforcement, ICE officers are.
I'm going to call it fuck you.
On the other side of those doors. Come with me. Come with me if you want to break into America. Hey, that's crazy. Holy shit, that's crazy. So the judge has her staffers take the illegal aliens out her private office. So the judge has obviously her own office, and then the judge's office, because people shoot judges, has a secret elevator, a secret way out of the building. And so the judge was like, hey, ICE is over there. You know, my secretary.
Can I start a free speech platform called Fuck You and Suck My Dick, bitch?
Is going to help you get out through my judge's office. So, number one, I was shocked that she was arrested. She got arrested, thank God. Then she got charged. Like, oh shit!
I guarantee it would be a hit. A free speech absolutist platform called Fuck You and Suck My Dick, bitch.
And then today, the trial ends. She gets a $5,000 fine. Is she still allowed to be a gay lesbian judge? In my of course, allegedly. This judge helped facilitate a foreign invasion into our country. We need to start arresting people for treason. Sneeko, Jackson Hinkle, this rotundous bitch over here. It's time to start hitting people with charges of fucking treason. Our judiciary has been utterly captured by a whole bunch of Star Wars named fucking foreigners who hate America, and they will side with.
And cops think they work for judges. Why are governors, sheriffs, and mayors allowing them to get away with that fucking shit?
People who are openly working to overthrow our country. We have got to circumvent this over here.
Damn sure don't work for a fucking attorney, cop.
Terry Tribunal. Makes military tribunals great again. He's a
Fuck gave you that job. Bitch.
She's not even gonna end up on probation. She's not even gonna have to clean up a fucking freeway off ramp. No. 5,000. Gotta hang some tonic night post.
When I get the phone call that I need to report to Topeka to my mansion, to my governor's mansion.
Some of that.
When I don't even know I won.
Happy.
And all of a sudden people are like, dude, you're supposed to be in the mansion.
All white European team. What the fuck? Why say good? So did he die?
Dude, you're supposed to be leading us.
Well, you better keep sober enough, long enough to pick up a nice last call at Applebee's. It's fucking Applebee's next door, bro. Jumanji confused allegiance with jurisdiction. I don't think she confused it. I think, well, listen, I don't think she understands the difference. I think she sounds retarded, to be honest with you. But her intent was clearly to bastardize the language.
James, you won.
Put it into a way that
go fix our steak.
Can seemingly tell everybody, no, it's totally fine to let illegal aliens break into this place. And then it's totally fine to have judges protect them. And then it's totally fine for them to run you over as an ICE officer. No, it isn't. Fuck you, now he's dead. Boom. And so
there was a lot more applause. Like a surprisingly greater amount than I expected when I walked across the stage, graduating high school. It erupted. And I didn't know a bunch of my cousins came.
I'm going to show you a two-prong. Well, I mean, that's definitely a problem, right? Where you've got a judge who is working with a foreign illegal alien invader to evade American law enforcement. Boy, it doesn't get more treasonous than that, does it? I mean, it does, obviously. I mean, there's the Benedict Arnold level of, militarily giving away secrets. So I guess there's that's pretty fucking high for a civilian.
But then again, when I got my college degree, associate's degree, same cap and gown ceremony, walking across stage, getting that diploma, and a little bit less applause, but just as much or more meaningful. My mom was there. My dad was there. My second mom, Dorothy, neighbor lady who kind of gave me my first job. I used to clean her house and stuff. Clean her litter boxes and mow her lawn. Clean out her fridge and take her trash out. Find bundles of expired lottery tickets. Can you believe that? At this lady's house. First world problems, huh? And then one of my brothers was there. The guy who later kicked our mom out onto the streets of Ohio, 4 or 5 states away from me.
Higher than a civilian at this level? Huh?
Senior citizen on oxygen, barely able to walk. He said, she's a grown woman. She can take care of herself. I said, what? That's elderly and disabled abuse.
The answer's no. But then stop all the racial profiling. The fuck we do. So, Mr.
Raymond DeGear II. Piece of shit, just like your daddy. Fucking bitch. Pussy motherfucker. Snap you like a twig. You too, Chris. You too, Cody. My other brothers. Christopher Robert Gear. Cody Daniel James Gear. My brother Jeff Burton, is actually Russell. When my mom gave him up for adoption, she had actually named him personally Russell. And so that was pretty funny. But it kind of sucks that she and he were in car accidents and then heavily, extremely medicated, basically MK Ultra experimented upon it. And she still managed to have 2 more 4 more beautiful white baby boys. Me being the 6th one. Her at 38 years old. Now I'm 38. I still don't have kids. Meanwhile, she was having her 6th kid. She had already had 6 kids. I don't even have any. My dad had already had 3 kids. I don't have any. So my parents had already had collectively 8 children, because they were with different. I was the only one they had together. So both of my parents had together, they only had one together, but collectively, both of my parents had 8 white babies. Yes! Oh, yes! But I haven't had any yet, and I need to, and I will. Guarantee it. Theo Von's dad was 70, Polish Nicaraguan.
Over here had been in the country for 35 years. So this invader had been here for 35 years. 35 years.
He said he grew up.
And never once.
Theo Von grew up checking to see if his dad was still alive. He's just taking a nap. Oh. And then he said one time he remembers his dad was basically his grandpa or his great grandpa in age. He said he had him when he was 70. No shit. Real life comedy from Theo Von. Real life comedy made Theo Von. Player. His dad must have been a looker and a talker, a worker, or something. Hustler. I don't know.
Said, maybe I should become a legal citizen, eh? Never crossed his mind. Not one. Even as we have now entered.
Think of all the people in the world and all the Americans that 70-year-old Nicaraguan man has impacted through Theo Von's work. Anybody who's ever said anything or ever thought about Theo Von in any way is only because a 70-year-old man kept fucking. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Watch out. I know, that's funny, huh? That was a good one, wasn't it? Don't lick my mouth. My mouth.
He's the guy that was sexting with allegedly sexting with women that while he was married. He's the guy that had a Kick account, which is a platform that generally has people underage. This is all like his own stuff. This has nothing to do with. There's no reason to feel bad for him. Shout out to Kick, by the way.
Well, you know what? Graham Plattner isn't here, so we probably shouldn't talk about it.
Talk about him behind his back.
And I'm what you're talking about. Yeah, I know. On this, just mention I'd like to try this.
The commentary industry, it is a little facetious because like we're changing the world in real time as we talk about what's happening. It's not like it's in a vacuum and we're talking about a piece of plastic on the wall over there. Like Graham might see this show tonight later. So like whatever we do here is deeply impacting.
I mean, what the point is, like, this is actual, like, it was from Graham Plattner. We're trying to get the audio. I don't think the audio.
Okay. What do you think of the accusations? Everything?
I think it's weird that this left it didn't care.
I think it's funny that the lead singer of All That Remains claims to be an anti-communist. Yet, when the female Canadian cop shot the innocent man who was running from the gunman, and then she herself got shot by the gunman, he said, yeah, it was probably a white Christian extreme right-winger. I said, what?
What do you call yourself?
He totally took in the mainstream Canadian communist media and agreed with it and ran with it. What a fucking faggot. Phil Labonte of All That Remains. What a fucking faggot. He was probably a white Christian extremist. Meanwhile, the whole thing is about a bitch that shot an innocent man and then got herself killed. Fucking guy's running from the gunman. Comes around the corner, there's a cop. She just fucking blasts his ass. What a dumbass cunt. Fucking nasty, disgusting shit, bitch. You know, there's some Canadians that could just wipe the floor with everybody in their fucking government if they wanted to. I'm wondering why they haven't.
When it came from a Republican woman, but as soon as it came from a socialist lefty woman, now they care, and now it's believe all women, and now they believe him, and now they want him out. But that's really only because he's losing.
Well, I think
It's because he's losing.
I don't think he's losing it. Like
No, he was behind. He's
behind?
yeah, behind.
Well, I think, look, I mean, honestly, like he has enough. Any of the individual allegations against him were probably enough to tank a candidacy, 10 years ago or so. Whether it be, what?
Definitely before the internet. Like,
well, I mean, honestly, to be fair, yeah, honestly, before Donald Trump, right? Before Donald Trump, this was kind of the thing that would end a career, or at least any one individual allegation was enough to end a career. And now, it takes significant, continuous.
Remember, the left lane is for crime. And I write in it sometimes. What? What'd you say, Phil, that remains?
The Fed just
Okay, let's get over. What do you want? What do you want?
over $100,000 sitting in
Oh, you want a hot dog? There you go.
401k.
There's 2 packs of hot dogs sitting here. I wonder what you want.
Digital
There you go.
While the media distracts the public with political theater, the Federal Reserve bureaucracy quietly finalized the version 3.5 operating procedures
There
for
you
the federal
go.
system. This isn't
Get your
just a
hot dogs.
faster payment system. It is the technical infrastructure.
try to steal your vote with these machines anyway. So it was a multifaceted attempt. So anyway, when you get Charlie Kirk and his movement re-engages those dudes, has them going back to church, has them voting, has them getting civically engaged, has them speaking up against this woke fucking gay nonsense, and they'll kill you. They'll fucking kill you. You're going to impede their ability to flood you with third world fucking illegal aliens? They'll kill you. They'll kill you, man. They'll kill you. No doubt about it. I'll show you. Here's some of the highlights of day 3. It's not a trial. It's not a trial. I see a lot of people out there. It's trial. This is a preliminary hearing. They're just presenting evidence. But
Ooh, you stink. You smell like
don't let
butyric
that
acid. You smell like butyrate.
by the way, with everybody infighting, because shit
Come
went
on.
crazy. Those people are very. I should pull up some of these individuals. Ken Owens and Ben Shapiro have reignited a feud that eclipses anything done in the WWF, boys. You thought there was a gigantic feud between the Nasty Boys and the Mega Power?
I put my dad on a diet. First of all, it's don't eat until later. And then it's just a piece of meat or some hot dogs. No bread, no pop, just salt, water. Oh, it was salt and distilled water. I told him sea salt and water throughout the day, and then a piece of meat in the evening, and that's it. And that is a nutritious, protein providing, mineral providing, very low calorie diet for my father, who seems to be carrying around 50 or 60 hamburgers, hot dogs, and pizzas with him at all times. No offense, Dad, I love you. My brother Jeff is way in worse shape, or was the last time I saw him anyway. I think I remember telling him he was carrying 80 pizzas on his body everywhere he went, because every pound of fat is 5,000 calories, and then a pizza is like 5,000 calories. A nice big pizza. Well, maybe just your average large. Maybe your average large 2 or 3 topping pizza is about 5,000 calories. So I told him he was carrying around 80 pizzas with him on his belt, on his waist, on his tits at all times. At all times. Like, why are you in fear of starving?
Nothing compared to what we're seeing today, man. Jim Russ, thank you, brother. Hey, Salzman, thank you so much for moderating. Von Sultaner, thank you so much. Let's hit that jump button, boys. Let's go Rumble exclusive on the way out.
And then I think we switched it up a little bit. I'm like, man, you're carrying 60 pizzas, 30 granola bars, and 15 packs of crackers with you everywhere you go.
There is a clear. They try to take the country over, boys. They flood you. They flood you and they'll shoot you. If you notice what's going on. If you notice what's going on, they'll have you dead. So, let's see. The only thing that kind of happened today was that we got a timeline now with the phone. So the phone of Tyler Robinson was taken from him.
Out on the road for 40 days.
His phone is taken, and then there's a Discord message where he says that he apologizes to Discord. And people are saying that, well, that doesn't work out because he was in police custody when that message was posted. Well, we have a timeline today, and when you factor in all of the time stamps, well, listen, if people are going to go down like this fucking rabbit hole of the phone being,
that's already there. I don't need
Discord
more patriotism.
Here's the only thing
that's already going into battle.
That I imagine would cut through any of that. That's great.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office, or was he taken somewhere else?
He was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property
I see that there's a T on the end of the word fleeing. Our country was founded by Christian Crusading Templar Knights. Fleeingt. Fleeingt. Vatican persecution. Let's go in and correct that. Fleeing.
Save. Cool. Should be good now. Let's see. We're doing all this from the same device now. Reconnect.
You're gonna hijack my.
I will be the volume dictator. It's a Cherokee.
Shit.
Went down to the Mary Carter paint store. I said,
Give me one of them Smith and Wesson.
I went down to the Mary Carter paint store. I said, give me one of them Smith and Wesson Magnum 44s. Cause there's a man that the law let loose and justice was not done. This man killed my wife and my only little son. I'll never forget the way he looked all through the trial. He had a big name lawyer and he had that smirky smile. Oh yeah, he got you off on a technicality, but you have to grow wings and fly. You have to get away.
said.
'Cause I got rights. I got rights too. And this time there won't be no damn lawyers and systems to protect you. But I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you your rights. You got a right to know that you're gonna go to hell one of these black nights. But when the trial was over, he had the nerve to say that's the way it goes. I said, well, Hoss, you better get you some course, cause you're gonna have to plug up a few holes.
The cops and the deputies and the troopers are not the militia. Where is my county militia? Who is my sheriff? Where the fuck is my county militia? Write me, James Lee Gillenwater, in for the mayor of Wichita, the sheriff of Sedgwick County, the governor of Kansas, and the president of the United States of America. I will accept the highest office.
Yes, you thought I was talking.
I do want all 4 jobs in my lifetime. It doesn't matter the order. I'll step up, step down, step up, step down, and then that'll be all 4 jobs.
Just to pass away time.
Or step up, step up, step up, step up.
And looks different now on his knees begging for his life. Hey, I got rights. I got some rights too. And this time there won't be no damn lawyers and systems to protect you. But I'm gonna read you. I'm gonna read you your rights. Because I want you to know that you're gonna go to hell one of these black nights. No, next time ain't no damn lawyers and systems to save you.
The trader speaks in tongue. Speaks in tongues you're familiar with. Looks just like the people you know. Cop arresting Alex Jones for asking George Bush a question. Said, cuff him on the glass. Cuff him on the glass. Fucking piece of shit idiot.
On behalf of America, I'd like to apologize to our greatest ally who's literally just in Vegas doing God's work and is now back in, according to the 1948 version of Israel, he's back in the land of God's promised people. Let's just read the Schofield Bible, ladies and gentlemen, not the actual Bible. That's good. Schofield Reference Bible is where it's at. Give me a guy who's an alcoholic, abandoned his family, and literally was in jail for fraud. I want him to reinterpret the Bible for us. And then we have Zionism spreading in the West, and people don't even know where it came from. 1909 Schofield Reference Bible, ladies and gentlemen. Land of opportunity here. Hey, speaking of Israel, there's a poll Thomas Massey put up on X, aka Twitter, because I'm an old crotchety man and I refuse to just call it X. So Thomas Massey put this poll up. What's the greatest threat to liberty in America? Israel, Iran, China, or Russia? So this is over 39,000 votes in the 24-hour poll that's now concluded. Wow, golly, Israel came up as number one. 86% of people said, yeah, Israel's the greatest threat to liberty in America. China came in second, then Iran, and then Russia. Now, this is a cross-section thinking of the American people. The skepticism, not about Jewish people, but the Israeli government is just growing. And this poll by Massey, it's honestly just astonishing. Now you could say, well, that's Thomas Massey's audience, so like Israel just unseated him, even though we're told Israel had nothing to do with that election. As you can see, Ed Galrain, nobody knew his last name, by the way. I don't even know if I pronounce it right. Over $15 million in AIPAC funding. Thomas Massey comes in a very distant, shameful second place in that race with zero funding. Nothing to do with Israel. This election wasn't about Israel. Is Israel in any way connected to the Israel lobby?
$15 million Ed Galrain is taken from a foreign nation. Thomas Massey taking zero. A foreign nation just stole one of our fucking elections publicly. Now, what about the Chinese cell phone chips and Siberian editors in our machines? Not stole, purchased. Israel purchased one of our elections, fair and square. Purchased the election results. How much more fucking blatantly obvious could it be? I guess bye-bye Kentucky or something.
On behalf of America, I'd like to apologize to our greatest ally who's literally just in Vegas doing God's work and is now back in, according to the 1948 version of Israel, he's back in the land of God's promised people. Let's just read the Schofield Bible, ladies and gentlemen, not the actual Bible. Schofield Reference Bible is where it's at. Give me a guy who's an alcoholic, abandoned his family, and literally was in jail for fraud. I want him to reinterpret the Bible for us. And then we have Zionism spreading in the West, and people don't even know where it came from. 1909 Schofield Reference Bible, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
Land of opportunity here. Hey, speaking of Israel, there's a poll Thomas Massey put up on X, aka Twitter, because I'm an old crotchety man and I refuse to just call it X. So Thomas Massey put this poll up. What's the greatest threat to liberty in America? Israel, Iran, China, or Russia? So this is over 39,000 votes in the 24-hour poll that's now concluded. Wow, golly, Israel came up as number one, 86.
Get it, find it. Please let Noah find her piece.
Transmission from deep in the heart of Texas, the U.S. resistance against the global corporate combine, empowered and funded by Communist China, allied with the big mega banks that set up Communist China in 1949.
The Communist Chinese have taken control of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure. The Communist Chinese have taken control of Hollywood. The Communist Chinese have taken control of the main universities. This is all confirmed. This is not a drill. Big tech in Silicon Valley is almost completely run by the Communist Chinese government. They've officially become state-run. Apple, 100%. Google is now making the transition and announcing a merger and total worldwide censorship. They are now beta testing using me as the straw man, a demonized version of Alex Jones, to do that. This is happening. This is not like the other probes before that were meant to get you used to probes and censorship, thinking you would adapt to censorship by just putting up with it. Now this attack is thousands and thousands and thousands of times the magnitude of all previous attacks. This is a titrated dose, reverse psychological warfare operation using adapt and overcome subversion paradigm manipulation. In layman's terms, they are manipulating the fact that we adapt to being oppressed. We adapt to being pressed at the low dosages of oppression. Now when the megaton hits us of the total takeover, we try to adapt to the poison infusion instead of not knowing it's a lethal dose.
If we accept the dose.
If we accept the dose, total Internet of Things, integration, global social score, complete command and control system. It is the virtual reality AI weapon system now attacking the United States with traitors inside the major security agencies, blocking Trump's resistance of the program and attempting to stop us from removing the tentacles of the Chi-Com/Big Tech Banking Combine emergency situation. I have been chosen for destruction because I brought you this information and have been battering, ramming it out as much as I can. They want to double use me, as they always do in any complex system of mathematical deception, where every angle of my good is turned against us. So they take what I've said, being sincere, build me into an insincere person in the straw man. I'm a person that cares about life and children and is against these wars. And so they make me a herder of children. And then they build me into this lie to then set the distraction while they're actually censoring all of you to make a debate about Alex Jones. So even if I didn't sell out to them, they use me as an archetype to serve them by being the main distraction. I have now been captured by the enemy in the information warfare fulcrum and it's being used against you. Hold on your full understanding of this.
He's using your cuteness as a weapon in a negotiation tactic. See those all beef Nathan's hot dogs right there? She's trying to capture the hot dogs in the information war.
TV will break you free from this paradigm. I have given you the transmission. Now break free.
I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
This isn't just something I heard about one time.
People would agree with Thomas Jefferson. Listen to this one. It's such a cool one. God gave us life, gave us liberty. And can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are of the gift of God? That they are not to be violated, but with his wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that his justice cannot sleep forever. I mean, surely these people are going to resonate with that.
We're about to get our flying suits back. We're about to get our personal hot air balloons. And that's just the flying devices that any fucking 5-year-old can come up with. Where the fuck are my flappable set of wings at? I'm not shitting. Where's my backpack hot air balloon? Oh, you see I can't use it in the city because the 1800 style power grid you're holding us down with? Fuck your power grid, pussy bitch. Where the fuck is my technology?
That's first principles. That means, hey, if you're up here in Minnesota and you're in the Republican Party and you're playing with the pro-choice wing of the Republican Party and you're thinking about supporting a pro-choice Republican Party candidate, I don't think Thomas Jefferson would be down with it. I'm just saying.
Everybody should be able to go buy an underwater breathing device and a flappable set of wings and a hot air balloon backpack any fucking day they want to at Walmart. American made this time. The license, it's called you're free. It's called you're a Christian.
The microcosm of what I've gone through is just a window into their tactics that they admit they tested and developed on me to use on you. If you dare stand up for yourself and your rights and don't bow to them, or you question their narratives, or you don't believe Jussie Smollett got attacked, which he didn't, or you don't think Bubba Wallace really had nooses hanging in his garage, which of course he didn't, and if you don't buy all this stuff, if you don't bow down and say two men can have a baby and X and Y chromosomes don't exist, and if you don't let the school secretly create a relationship with your 8-year-old son to put him into the transgender cult to chemically or physically mutilate him, America hasn't been intimidated by this. It's just pissed us off and woken us up. The leftists thought that we were intimidated. No, we were asleep. And now you're trying your same old thug mafia tactics on people, and it's not working. Thank you so much. And I appreciate your prayer and your support, because we're all in this together. Have no case. And he said, you can stay here and they'll do this, or you can leave the country now. You were damn right.
Yeah, it was clear that's where they were going and what they were going to do. And the system was so sufficiently ossified in its corruption that it could not meet legally the.
Why would you came in the courtroom in Connecticut and Texas, they would flip out and go, Bobby Barnes, and start flopping around going crazy? What?
Yes. I mean, those people were just I mean, I thought when you were originally saying Goblin and whatnot,
Barnes just said the courts are fake.
And then you meet it, and you're like, oh,
good behavior.
You understated it.
A world famous professional constitutional lawyer just said, our fucking courts are fake and not on good behavior. Or his words were, it's so sufficiently ossified in its corruption.
I believe U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, subsection 1528, paragraph B, that said that it's legal for law enforcement and experimental purposes to use lethal, chemical, biological, and other lethal testing on the public. They later changed the code, but people didn't believe when I used to read that. They wouldn't solve it themselves.
Don't worry about that. Can't feed everybody at the same time. I'll give you now. You're not dieting. You're the one that has the most extra body fat out of all of them.
Believe me. Save and share those URLs. AlexJonesLive.com and AlexJonesApp.com. Take
See, I'm about to eat this beef hot dog. What is Alex willing to eat?
action now, Paul Revere's. You're unstoppable, and the globalists are going down. More leftist ass like born on the cob. Hey, I will eat your ass. More leftist ass like born on the cob. Hey, I will eat you. I will eat your ass. My children aren't going hungry. I'll do it. I'll drink your blood. And I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors. You think I like
Size him up, gonna haul him up like chain. Drop his ass up, size him up, gonna haul him up like chain.
Chop, 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 chop. I will eat your leftist ass. I'm born on the cob. Hey, I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass. I'm born on the cob. Hey, I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll start to do your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast. I'll kill the cow out back, baby. You then try to eat somebody who would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, cut them and spin them and chop them up. You know what I'm really? I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. Hey, I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. Hey, I will eat you. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. Hey, I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. Hey, I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, it's the last thing I do. I'm gonna get my hands around your throat. Well, nobody else can get him, but we're proud to have him. Super smart. Totally makes everything he says. Victor Boot. We're going to cover the waterfront and take your call straight ahead. Back in 60 seconds. Share that live feed now. Products get.
Got mustard all over my knife. We don't need too much of that sound. That's that clopping, plopping. It's okay, don't worry about it. It's so funny. It's funny and cute, but yeah, and I'm in a good mood, so that's what it is right now. That has to be. I don't know why it's like my hypnosis trigger or something. It's like something. It's like a rock threw into a pond, shit dropped in a toilet, a horse trotted down the street, just once, and it sounds like sex noises. This dog's tongue and teeth and throat coming together. She knows I'm talking about her now. Hey, whoa, no. Come on, stay back. I think I'd be the best looking fucking Khazarian Mafia member, to be quite fucking frank with you.
with all this Dutch and German and English and American India. And some French. See, now, you know what? They undid our crusades, the dumbass Vatican, and the dumbass British East India Company and Dutch East India Company and Nazi Zionists all come together and undo the fucking crusades just now. And now we have to talk about sand nigger France and sand nigger Spain and fucking towelhead Ireland and spook gook Scotland and fucking chink stink England. I'm tired of my heritage countries turning baby shit yellow, motherfucker. Indians red. Do I have to come prove it to you? There's that spicy brown mustardo. Mustada. This is that Mustafa. The symbolicity is amazing.
American history. Way back in 1866, when the 14th Amendment was originally drafted up, it was originally written by a senator at the time, whose name was Jacob Howard. And you see, it was Senator Jacob Howard in 1866, following the conclusion of the Civil War. But he actually left his own writings behind, in which he explicitly detailed how exactly the birthright citizenship clause in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment should be interpreted. These are notes from the guy that wrote the damn thing. I want to share that with you. The Democrats, they don't want you to see this. Everybody take a look. I highlighted it. Right from the drafter of the amendment himself. He says this, Senator Jacob Howard. And I quote, "This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons." Well, well, well. So, folks, there you have it. The guy that
the Supreme Court just committed treason. The fucking amendment blatantly said, don't give it to aliens, dumbass, stupid piece of shit, bitch. The fucking amendment says not to do it. What the fuck is your problem? Oh my gosh. Why didn't the president arrest the Supreme Court? What the fuck is going on here? What in the son of a bitch and piece of shit fuck is going on here?
Single-handedly came up with the term birthright citizenship. He wrote the entire section of the amendment that it's...
Technology leaders face rising cloud costs in today's digital marketplace. Big tech, cloud
I don't need to
consumption,
hold that in
rising
the
models, and
palm of my hand. I'm about to eat it.
result in unpredictable
It's kind of
fees
nasty.
and overage charges. Dollars that should be funding your innovation, not your overhead. Rumble Cloud introduced fixed monthly
I thought it was a
pricing
skippable
to
commercial.
deliver
That's a streaming, but I recorded the commercial.
business requires.
Played way back in 1866, after it was ultimately enshrined in our great U.S. Constitution, the drafter of this segment of the Constitution now explicitly said that birthright citizenship was not, as a matter of fact, not meant to be applied to children with foreign illegals or foreigners whatsoever, aliens, as he says. So really, this should be case closed. But now, President Trump also just this morning went on to really explain exactly what.
And
he's
you know
gonna
what?
say.
What the fuck is citizenship when all you got to say is you're a migrant and you don't have ID and you can get a free hospital visit every fucking time? Us whiteys, us we Christians, we got to go into debt for the hospital. The aliens, healthcare scot-free. Meanwhile, I know it's a fake system and shit. The healthcare system, not just the opening up the borders system. And so when they say healthcare for Americans, they actually mean side effects for aliens. They want to rub them in, right?
We need side effects for aliens. We need healthcare for Americans. I mean, side effects for aliens. Yeah! Yeah!
Fuck no, right? Even my dog knows better than that. Come on, get out of here. Where did Hank go? What did he say? Why? Damn, what do you do? Damn, sounds like one of our fucking aliens and shit. Dude, that sounds like our libtard judges. Commies running shit. Foreigners running shit. Looks like a nice fight. Oh. Thank you, God.
When the trial was over, he had the nerve to say that's the way it goes. I said, well, Hoss, you better get you some courts, cause you're gonna have to plug up a few holes. Guess you thought I was talking.
Oh, thank you, God. Oh. Down. Get your fucking face away from me. This isn't free. This isn't your bite. Damn, this motherfucker won't stay still, will it? That's pissing me off. Damn, that's. I can only imagine somebody trying to watch this. And this time ain't no damn dog. save you. Wide mouth style. Look at this. I'm not afraid of some black pepper now. Let the thing close back up though. Look here, Goose. Oh. It's just so good. My white and my red Indian ancestors lived on cow and bison. Why the fuck would you threaten to make me allergic to it? Who do I need to kill because of that? I'm not even fucking shitting. Fuck this beef. This fucking beef hot dog is so good. Nathan's are so good when you just roast them on a stovetop torch propane. This is like $20 in the camping section at Walmart. It has a couple of claws on it to set a pan on it, but I don't recommend that. Rip those claws off and just have like a fat, soft torch that can crank up and blast, but it's not like a fine point welding thing or anything. This is a stovetop torch. Stove torch rather than a blowtorch. Nathan, these hot dogs are so good. It's like these hot dogs are fucking good, man. After they're cooked. The beef hot dog doesn't taste great when it's raw, but neither does another hot dog. Neither does any hot dog. But when cooked, these are just even so supreme. It's almost like biting into a steak or a hamburger. And these better not be some of the ones coming from Jewish synagogue basements or whatever. So the foreign-owned butchers are willing to chop up those white babies for them, huh? Oh my fucking goodness, bitch. We're all cannibals on accident. They turned us.
America is he doesn't work for America, he works for Britain. The so-called government in Washington, D.C. are corporations. You'll find them on the Dun and Bradstreet. They're corporations. A government cannot be incorporated and be sovereign. Incorporation is through Rome. So back in 1776, after we won the war, we contracted with outside entities, including Britain and Rome, to provide limited enumerated governmental services. And we also had our own American subcontractor called the Federal Republic. But the two foreign subcontractors were Rome and Britain. These subcontractors were leased the area of Washington, D.C. by Maryland and Virginia to carry out their contracts.
Stop breathing on me.
While our American federal contractor's capital is Philadelphia. Currently, we've had all through the so-called presidency, the Republicans working for Britain and the Democrats working for Rome. And they colluded together to overtake the American government and America itself by impersonating our government. And they managed to accomplish this task through the Civil War, where they murdered our employees in the Federal Republic and the heads of states, whose lineage goes back to the one of dozens of French barons who was given sovereignty in England by William the Conqueror, had to run and hide and has been underground for about 130 years, but now has come back to surface through his grandsons, and they called the states back into session. The assemblies that I've heard people talk about, what should we do? We should assemble ourselves together. Well, the good news is that the head of state called the states back into session. So the way to defeat the globalists and what they're trying to accomplish is to wake up the American people and military and the world to who the American government really is. The American government is meeting together in every state since 2019 and is recognized by the World Court and entities all over the world, including Donald Trump. But he refuses to do what we tell him to do because he doesn't work for the American people. He works for a corporation who's in the business of providing governmental services. The answer
Fill in.
Sounds like a bunch of
I'm just gonna keep her like that. I'm not putting that back on there. Fill the ground with it. Toss that. I like me some pepper, so we good. That wide mouth is fine for me. Shout out Clipper. They make some pretty good lighters. Shout out Zigzag. All right. Back when Spain was Christian, we pumped papers out of there. Alkali. Pumped papers out of Alkali back when it was a Christian nation. I guess they're probably still doing it. Just because they're conquered by Muslims doesn't mean they don't make rolling papers anymore. Who knows? Depends on if Sharia law goes full and they deem them halal or haram. Yeah, that's that beef fat flaming up with it now, boy. Getting a little bit of that flame broil. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my goodness. This is better than Burger King. Oh. It's a Nathan's beef. Sizzling. Oh. Oh. Look, listen. Okay. We're doing Mustard. Mustada. I'm just fucking around. We're gonna get some spicy brown mustard, the entire length of it, and a bunch of pepper on there too. Oh yeah. Mmm. Oh. One of my great-grandfathers was a famous cattle rancher, cowboy around these parts, around Kansas, Sedgwick, Kansas. I guess it wasn't Sedgwick County, it was Sedgwick, Kansas. But anyway, is that still Sedgwick County? It's just north of it. It might still be. It might still be Sedgwick County. That's funny. Maybe not. But I already told you we had Sedgwick Indians. I consider myself such. I don't know if I'm Washita, Sedgwick, or Kanza. But I must be. That must be all of them. That must be all of them now. But yeah, even the white guys in my family love cows. We love meat, red meat, beef, bison, cattle, bulls, and cows. I'm like, this is orgasmic eating these Nathan's all beef hot dogs. It's immaculate with this downtown spicy brown mustard and pepper. They're already pretty salty. I don't need to, but I the iodized regular and some pink Himalayan. So good. In fact, yeah, I might sprinkle a little pink Himalayan on this next one. What won't there be to save the guy next time? Hank said. Lawyers and systems.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm angry. I've had enough of these folks. They're a bunch of Christian murdering scum running giant death factories, keeping babies alive.
Sell the body parts. Know about these fucks. Haven't confront these scum.
They literally slither off from under rocks. They got green looking skin and they dash around hollering. We say we wanna do our baby.
I kill my kids.
I caught them all on video.
I do my way.
Hillary's giving the creepy weird six-star man.
She crouches in the same room with the creepy weird old chick whose mom dons a hood over her head. That chick number one is ugly. Picture how rank she smells, man. I told her and Obama disagree. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot-belly goblins are shambling around this sound.
My spirit is that even when I'm feeling hit.
Such self-centered crap, we
Don't even spot hell itself.
setting up against us.
Millions of flooding in people of the absolute worst kind, and I'm furious.
We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. Woo-hoo! We're gonna stab you with the butcher knife, and then the police chief gonna declare. We love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh.
Hey, True Classic. We're going to get it posted to X, Raw Shows, and Rumble in the next hour. Be sure and get it and share it. Very important piece of cultural work. It's been recreated thousands of times. It's gotten hundreds of millions of views. It'd be a shame if you went to Raw Shows when it gets uploaded and shared it. It'd be a shame if you shared the live feed right now, Raw Shows on X or at Rumble. Rumble.com/Dog Show Live.
I'll start with sexual Tyrannosaurus Rex.
We're under a Muslim invasion. I suggest you get you a Toucan Sam. You don't need to reload this. You can get some reach too. $18 at the Home Depot. We're under a fucking Muslim invasion, folks. And I'm not going to be quiet about it. Fuck you.
AlexJonesLive.com. We've only just begun to fight.
Did the kikes let him in? Did the Nazi Zionist fucking right kike let him in? I'm saying, stop, fuck. Come on, don't mess with it anymore than we have to. I'm saying, we all know our politicians are loyal to a foreign nation, Israel, and we all know we're under a Muslim invasion. We also need to know it's the Nazi Zionist kike right that fucking let them in. So we, actual Christian Americans, have a few enemies on our hands. They're all called Satanists. I hope we can distinguish the difference between blacks, whites, browns, reds, yellows, Jews, Christians, Muslims, and know the real motherfuckers, the freedom lovers, the protectors of God's beautiful creations. Even if we have to do a bad thing once in a while to make sure we protect God's beautiful creations. And that would only be necessary because there's an evil satanic motherfucker that has to be dealt with. So there's really only two types of motherfuckers, maybe three. That lazy sumbitch that doesn't do it, that actually helps the evil succeeds, and they're also evil. The lazy people don't know they're actually evil. That's the funny part. All you people are like, I'm just gonna leave it in God's hands. You're evil, bitch. The fuck do you think God wants you to do with your free will to protect the rest of his creations? You fucking genius, idiot motherfucker.
We just got done practicing killing. It's the end of the world, and we just smoking and chilling. We just got done practicing killing. It's the end of the world, and we just smoking and chilling. You know they did it. I told you they'd do it. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. They won't admit it. The scandemic. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. You know they did it. I told you they'd do it. Put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. They won't admit it. The scandemic. They put the whole world on lockdown, you idiot. Stay home, be a hero. Save some lives. Stay home, be a hero.
Pass the fuck out with your
kids and your wife. Stay home, be a hero.
save some lives.
Stay home, be a hero. Kids and your wife. I told you they do it. The scandemic. Now you are gone.
I told you they do it. And now you are gone.
The scandemic. 'Cause we just got done practicing killing. Apenas terminamos.
Apenas terminamos.
Practicando, matando. Es el fin del mundo. Tranquilo, fumando. Apenas terminamos. Practicando,
innocent killing.
Shit you not, I played that the other day at Quick Trip in front of a bunch of fucking Mexicans or whatever the country they were from. Liked that one. And they're just kind of laughing and they interpret things a little differently sometimes. So, but I usually know their vibes. I've been the only white guy on a roofing crew before and stuff, for example. I've been the only white guy in a house full of black people rolling the blunts, washing the dominoes. That's just moving them around, shuffling, mixing them up. I've been the only white guy at a house party, or me and my Bulgarian friend, me and my Bulgarian exchange student friend, Kirill Nikolaevkadov, were the only two white guys at a house party one time in Blackville. Because my other homeboy doesn't claim to be fully white, but it's fine. But anyway, because somehow he showed up too. That was interesting. But what I was gonna say is that I bumped this song around a bunch of Mexicans in public at Quick Trip the other day. They kept to themselves and got the fuck out of there. And one of them walked in and had a very concerned look on his face, almost scared. Big stocky dude, Mexican. He seemed a little concerned when I was just happy about bumping this song and stuff in my country with my dogs and American flag hanging off the side of my car. He was very concerned. It's so funny, dude. Hey, be American, we'll be on the same team. Big guy. You don't just come here and take over, motherfucker. No, don't just start randomly barking because I went outside. Become American and there's nothing to worry about, big boy. A couple of times lately, I've been telling Mexicans to speak English and shit, or at least reminding. I've been asking them if they speak English, and I've been reminding them it's our national language, and that's it. I haven't been offending. I haven't been offending where they come from or anything, or what they prefer, but I just let them know what our language is in this country. I do let them know that. One guy, these two Hispanic youths, these two dudes were like, "You good? You good?" Like, why are you asking me if I'm good just because I'm telling you what my national language is? There's no need to ask me if I'm good because of that. So I told him the national religion is Christianity too. As if it's something they're gonna try to squab about. Are you good? That's hilarious as fuck. That's not what the fuck I came up for. To see if you think I'm good. Wait. I usually tell, let me just set this here. So I usually tell people, yeah, I know I'm good. The issue is blah, blah, blah. Like me being good at anything or feeling good or being in a good mood has nothing to do with, or being nothing to Thing still on? This thing's still on?
What do you mean Elon's trying to do that? That didn't make much sense to me. Let's see if the Bluetooth speaker just stole my audio. Yep, it's like I
7.5 hours. And I wasn't on here for a good deal of it, so they're probably pissed off that I save a bunch of dead airspace on their servers. Oops.